It's crunch time here at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Kazakhstan as we're entering the 8th and penultimate round of the tournament. Aleksandra Goryachkina, who has been on an amazing winning streak, is leading the tournament by a full point. Just behind her is Tan Zhongyi. So anything can happen. The games have surely been very exciting. Follow the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Welcome to the it's the 8th round, not the 9th round. I was forgetting that.
Rehearsal for tomorrow.
Rehearse that. Welcome to the 8th round of the Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. Live from Shymkent, Kazakhstan. Today is the penultimate round of the event and 2 more rounds to go, Miro.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's a big one. Everything is at stakes right now, and let's remind ourselves who is leading so far in the tournament.
So Aleksandra Goryachkina leads the tournament with 1 full point ahead of the second place. Second goes Tan Zhongyi, and the third is Stavroula Tsolakidou. So these 3 are for sure the main, well, not the main, but the only contenders to win the tournament.
And Bibisara is on the 4th place, clear 4th with 4 other 4s. So it's like 4th place, 4 points, yeah, and then also on the 5th and 6th place joined. There is Koneru and Divya Deshmukh.
Both players from India, Humpy Koneru and Divya Deshmukh. So why I said today's the big round, because theoretically Goryachkina can win the tournament with round to spare. It's not impossible. If she wins today, she has a tough opponent though. Yes, Goryachkina was white against Humpy Koneru, but imagine Goryachkina winning and Tan Zhongyi making a draw. It means the tournament's over in terms of who's winning it, and the last round will be turned into formality.
Yes, and well, today it's also another big match between Tan Zhongyi versus Bibisara Assaubayeva, because, well, everyone would like to finish in the podium, of course, and you're right, technically we might have a winner today, depending on the result between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi, respectively. But also not to forget about other candidates, because this is the second leg of the Women Grand Prix, and they are trying to gain the Grand Prix points. So
exactly. So you're, well, let's say if you're in last place and moving from last to the second last doesn't change much. But imagine you find yourself in the middle of a tournament, like Koneru does, like Divya does. These last 2 games can mean really, really a lot in terms of Grand Prix points. Like you lose 2 and you're in a dumpster, or you win 2 and you take 3rd place and you have a chunk of Grand Prix points in your pocket.
Exactly. And on the first leg, let's remind ourselves, Stavroula Tsolakidou and Bibisara Assaubayeva, they were
the podium, right?
the bronze and silver medalists. So they would like to also kind of like repeat the same success, because they will only have 1 more leg to play. Yeah,
so once again, for those who are curious and didn't get a chance, say this 2024-2025 Women's Grand Prix Series consists of 6 tournaments, but each player only plays 3. And then to be successful in a Grand Prix, it's not necessarily you have to win the event. The consistency matters. So if you have 3 bronze finishes, I think that means like a very, very good overall result.
Yes. Well, it means a lot, actually. And also, Goryachkina didn't play the first leg. So if she wins this one...
Yeah, for her it will be 100% record, kind of, for 1 first place out of one tournament, which is great, of course. So Goryachkina started with e4, e5, knight f3. So far, no more information.
And Koneru had kind of like a rest day yesterday after such a short draw against Elisabeth
Paehtz. Well, we'll see. I remember Koneru playing like the fundamental stuff, like knight c6 and like, all the main lines. Something tells me she might go for the Petrov, but no.
No, it's knight after knight c6.
Knight c6.
And bishop b5 is on the board,
the bishop went to b5. Yeah.
So no Gioco piano for this game. Instead, we'll see the Spanish, but we never know which type of Spanish we're going to go, like whether it is the main line or whether it is the close Spanish, which might be in the borderline of Gioco piano as well. And a6 is on the board. Or could it be the same Spanish that she played against Bibisara? It was the delayed bishop takes c6.
A6, bishop a4. Ah, you mean Goryachkina? Yeah, this
Yes.
could be that she's going to play the delayed bishop c6 variation.
Bishop a4 is already on the
Bishop
board.
a4, and let's see what Humpy chooses to play against Bibisara, or rather Bibisara chose to play knight
No, it was knight f6 and then bishop takes c6.
knight f6, bishop c6.
Yeah, so now it is up to Humpy whether she's gonna play for the main line. Yes,
Knight
and knight
f6.
f6 is on the board.
Knight
Okay, so
Trying to
let's
recall.
take a guess. Let's take a guess, Miro.
Will she take, or will she... Yeah, no, wait.
Will she castle?
I still think... Was it d3 in Goryachkina's game? I'm confused. Like, no. Because somebody in this tournament played 5d3, and we were wondering, like, why...
It was at the Munguntuul played
Munguntuul
d3.
played
Yes,
d3 against Humpy, by the way.
I
think
think
it was-
so.
it was
Yeah,
against
it was
Humpy.
the game. Yeah,
So
in that
I'm
game.
thinking castle short.
Okay, castle short is the main line, of course. I don't think Goryachkina would repeat her line against Bibisara by taking on c6. So let's take another guess. You castle, I'll go for d3. Just to be
Fine.
different.
Yeah, fifth d3. Yeah, possible. Yeah, but
Castle.
she castles. Yeah.
She castles.
Well, the thing with Goryachkina, she's normally very happy to play in the main lines, the most rich options and so on, unless she has very specific reason to go for a sideline. So, for instance, that's why I voted knight c3 when she was playing the French against Paehtz, because I thought, yeah, like if there is no particular preparation, then the main line it is. I was wrong back then, but now a bit of a revenge. So castle short,
And bishop
Humpy went bishop to c5.
Attempting to play some archangels, maybe?
Yeah. I'm like, now I'm very much confused with the names of these lines, because yeah, it can
It can be
transpose
anything,
one
yeah.
into the other. Yeah,
It
bishop
can be
to
Moller.
Yeah, like b5, bishop c5, or bishop c5 at once. Yeah, by the way, it's still not too late to take on c6, go d3, and you know,
You're right.
play your delayed exchange variation.
You're right. Yes.
Okay, so let's go. Let's check other games. Maybe like
Tan.
yeah, in order of, I don't want to say importance, but yeah, like the
leaderboard,
leaders.
yeah.
Yeah, so Tan Zhongyi against Bibisara Assaubayeva, and here, well, you told me Tan was a d4 player,
Yes.
and I think, yeah, I remember her playing d4. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, but usually, that's the thing, like usually d4 players or closed opening players, and I'm like pointing a finger, you don't see guys, but I'm pointing finger to myself, like when we try to switch to e4, we have like maybe 2-3 openings prepared, and then like somebody plays the Sicilian, and I say, oh, okay, I'll go for sideline. So maybe this is the case here, because she went bishop b5 check, bishop d7, trade on d7, castles, knight f6, and rook to e1.
Actually, we can stop a little bit there, because knowing Bibisara's style of playing, I was a bit surprised that she chose bishop d7
Bishop
line.
d7,
Because
yeah.
these days, if you really want to fight, knight d7
Yeah,
is
knight
the way to
d7
go.
is known to be kind of more combative, so to speak. Bishop d7, there is nothing wrong with bishop
Yeah.
d7, but it's solid, and it gives white quite a choice of solid continuations as well. So, and I fast forwarded here on a castle. However, c4 is another very important branch of this variation, having an option to play knight c3 after knight f6, because after castles, knight f6, rook e1, knight c6. I'm not sure. I mean, theoretically you could still go c4, but then you've played rook e1 in a position where, like, later on, white values every tempo. So rook e1 would be a waste of time.
But I think
Here,
the idea of rook e1,
c3 is the line.
c3, yeah,
c3 is the line,
and d4.
e6, d4, pawn takes, d5, e5, knight e4, and
You can
knight
play
to
knight
d2.
Yeah, knight c3 as
Knight
well.
c3 is also a move, yeah. Yeah, I remember this was like at some point almost a tabia, bishop e7, and then people were trying a3, people, well, played rook c1. That was a fascinating line. Rook c1, rook c3, and somehow they wanted the rook on d3 and then h4, and some attacks like that. If white wants, he can easily make a draw here by simplifying. But something tells me Tan did not play this line to just make a draw.
No, I think she tries this just to get a game. Also, after knight c6, what do you think of a move like b3? I understand that there is e5 afterwards, but if Tan is not so sure on what to do here, because I see only two moves, c3 or d4, first of all.
Yeah.
But if you want to go for the third option, b3 might be included.
Yeah, something like b3 was also played. Well, theoretically, queen e2 is more sophisticated than rook e1, because, like, if we assume that everything played in the same fashion, here, knight e4. In that version, white doesn't want to exchange the knight, but threatens to trap it, like bishop to e7.
Or rook d1 and knight e1.
Rook d1, knight e1 is also there. I remember, this is like a very old theory. Bishop e3, and let's say bishop e7, knight e1, f6, f3, knight g5, knight d3. And I had a game like this where later on I played knight f7, my opponent played f4, and we had something like this. Very blocked center. I thought it was like no problem at all, but strangely this knight is passive, and white somehow slowly played h3, g4. So in my game I was worse. I ended up winning, but I was worse. So it's a tricky line. Here, okay, we are waiting for Tan to pick one of the options. I guess b3 could be tried, once again, something like that. If black, maybe we have to mention, if black doesn't want to play e5 but just plays quote-unquote normal Sicilian, then maybe later on we still go for this c4 setup. So let's say d4, c takes, knight takes, castles, and this
c4
could be and sort of a
better version of Marexi, because you don't have the light square bishop anymore, which usually is the weakness of the position. And I was just checking all other positions. Miro, today is like a gift for us. You know why?
Everything is
sharp. Yes.
Okay.
We have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 Sicilians, and the only e4, e5 we have, it's itself like a Moller Gambit / Archangle, this sharp line in the Rolobes. So everything is fiery today.
Okay, so let's wait maybe for Tan Zhongyi's move to appear, because the board's lagging a little bit. c3,
e6,
and
d4.
Okay, that's understandable. Third game that we're going to check would be Divya against Tsolakidou.
Yes, let's do that.
Stavroula Tsolakidou has a reasonable tournament on third place. Well, maybe has to be considered as a successful tournament, but it could be even better if she would not lose against Goryachkina, right?
Divya, in this position against Tsolakidou, she feels like repeating the success of Lagno against Bibisara, except that the knight was on c6, if I'm not mistaken, or was it on d7?
It was on d7.
It was on d7,
knight d7, castles, a6, bishop to d3, knight f6, and c3.
So almost similar to that game.
b5, right? b5, a4, what was...
Something like that. A4
b5,
and
a4,
b4.
b4.
Yeah, that was the
the
weird
move
move,
from Bibisara, where we thought, like c4 if you're principal, or maybe rook b8.
Yes. Yeah. So this could be interesting as well, because perhaps Tsolakidou would come with some improvement to the game between Lagno versus Bibisara, but we'll see, because
b5
is already played, by the way.
I think a4.
A4 already played as well. And now we'll see which move that Tsolakidou will choose in this position. Will she repeat the game of Lagno Bibisara, or will she come up with something new? Or I don't know whether she was aware this was already played in this tournament.
Yeah, well, she probably checks.
She probably checks,
at least, at least the games.
But it's very hard also to prepare against Divya, because Divya normally plays the knight f3, c4 type of position, not first move e4, but of course she's capable of playing everything. So it's a bit tricky now.
Yeah, so we have a repetition of the opening from couple of rounds ago, which led to a very, very interesting, very exciting game. Yeah.
Another repetition of openings is the game between Munguntuul versus Salimova, because now she gets tried on Sveshnikov again.
Right, so Salimova repeats. Yeah, Munguntuul has double white yesterday and today.
And double Sveshnikov.
And it's exactly the same line, as Goryachkina played yesterday against Munguntuul. It was castle, knight c2, f4 in that game. So let's see.
I think it was takes first, yeah? Knight c2 takes d5, e d5, knight c2.
Knight c2.
Takes,
yeah,
maybe and then knight e7.
Maybe it was.
It was like that.
Was it? Yeah, takes, knight e7. The pawn
and then rook e1.
The pawn was on f4, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then maybe f4.
And then a4.
A4 takes, yeah, a5, knight a3, f5, something like that.
Something like this, yes.
Okay, so
castle is the last move
Castle's
that
played, and Salimova is thinking.
Now, also another question.
I wonder if there is if there is an alternative to castle. Castle, of course, is the main line.
I can quickly check it for you. I'm sure there are other alternatives as well. So 2 Sveshnikovs in a row for Munguntuul.
Okay, castle played. Castle and knight to c2 played. So here, as we figured out yesterday, you have a plethora of moves, f4 being one of them, bishop d5.
Fe4 as well.
Fe4, not be surprised if something like rook b8 was tried. So the point of moving the rook here seems to be a mysterious move, but it's pretty much that in this situation white has some tricks with say knight f4 or something, and this rook being on this diagonal sometimes backfires, and that's why people sometimes just move the rook away to b8 to support b4 as well in some cases.
Yeah, rook c8 was played before.
Rook c8.
Fe4, f4, bishop takes d5, even king h8.
Yep. Okay, so that makes it 2 Sicilians, or 3 Sicilians rather.
4
Sicilians.
Because
which one is?
Lagno Paehtz, it's also Sicilian.
Lagno Paehtz is also Sicilian.
It comes from a Sicilian.
Yeah.
And this is a very
Bishop
interesting
c4,
preparation.
I'm ashamed. I mean, every time I see this, I'm ashamed that I didn't check it before. Bishop c4, e6, bishop d3.
Perhaps we have to also show what's happening after knight takes e4, because that's the most
do you know what happens after knight take e4? Because I'm not sure. Queen h5, I think. The point is queen h5, and let's say g6, queen d5 is relatively clear, hitting f7 and the knight, but queen h5, e6 is...
Oh,
I think
okay.
is an option, and you have I remember there was a funny Magnus's game when he went for this and he blundered something.
Yeah, it was Magnus versus Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Queen
It's
h5,
queen h5,
e6, and
e6,
what did he do?
Knight e6,
Knight e6, yeah, bishop e6, bishop e6, and queen e7.
Queen e7.
Yeah, so this is something not to do.
Yeah,
because you move the bishop and knight g3 happens.
So only move was bishop f7, but it means you give up this bishop and it's already losing.
Yeah, but in what's White's reaction to 94 in reality then?
In reality,
after that,
queen h5 is one of the moves, of course.
Yeah,
but
e6.
also the most critical line after knight takes e4 is bishop takes f7.
Bishop f7, king f7. and queen h5,
Queen h5.
queen e d5, queen takes knight. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So whatever you do, queen d5 is there, and then just take the knight. Black is totally fine because the light square bishop is gone, and black will have this pair of bishops. But it is a game.
Yeah. But seeing this, bishop c4, e6, bishop d3
if you are not
is
prepared.
mysterious. Like, what's that?
No, I think I can explain Elisabeth's reaction. If you're not prepared against this line, of course, you don't want to take on e4 because that's going to be quite risky without any preparation beforehand.
Yeah, no, I
So that's
understand
why
this.
e6.
So Elisabeth is fine playing the Richter, or what is called the Sozin attack, right? e6, after knight c3, we are transposing to a Sozin. Now, I'm surprised with Lagno's move, bishop d3. Is it like really a theory? Because it just looks like if my student beginner would play this, I would say, you're moving the bishop for the second time. What are you doing?
Yes, yeah, it's hard to
It is
explain.
surprising. But I believe, like in Lagno's case, it must be some deep computer preparation, and I'm just trying to make sense of it, because like you could play bishop d3 at once, right? There is nothing wrong. I mean, if you wanted to. Well, I wonder, like theoretically, where? I'm looking for looking for the position where you do not want to have e7, e6 in the Sicilian, which is not easy to tell, right? So the only version I can come up with, then maybe black switches to play the dragon,
Yes.
and then you don't want to have e6 in the dragon, which
No.
is debatable as well.
This is also one of the tricks that I remember Aronian pulled against Ray Robson. He played the bishop d3, but after g6 he comes to bishop e2. So there is this method of wasting a tempo with your light square bishop in order to get the position that you wanted.
Yeah. So after knight c6, white just captures, castles, goes c4, goes knight c3, castle short. This is it. And at least on my relay board, there is no next move from Lagno yet.
No. Yeah, castle is the last move on this
Right.
board.
For what I know, these positions were considered to be like completely harmless for black. So yeah, white would never do this, but recently they are getting kind of re-evaluated, and black has to be careful not to get in trouble. And basically, you just want to play b4, b5. Let's say b4. I don't know. Maybe black has d5 in this case. So I'm just like highlighting the plan, and then you go b5. And let's say if black goes c5, each of you getting, kind of the outpost. White on d5, black on d4, but black knight is like extremely far from d4, and I would guess this is like slightly more pleasant for white, because also you can try to push the pawns forward, and in some cases this majority actually creates the passed pawn and so on. So it's a long game anyway. It's more of a deep strategic positional battle, which may be what you want to have against Elisabeth Paehtz, who doesn't have a great tournament. And when you don't have a great tournament, as we were discussing yesterday, the part of you just doesn't want to be there, and your least favorite thing is to like keep concentration for 4 hours. So you could play like a very sharp game as long as it's quick. Like, I want a crisis in a couple of hours. The way it finishes, I don't care anymore. I win, I lose, I leave, right? But like this, keeping this slow tension for hours leads usually players who are like out of shape. That's the worst for them. It usually leads to them like losing patience, going for something very active when it's not there, and might lead to a loss. So I think that it could be a part of the strategy. Yeah,
it could be it. And I was also checking other games, Miro. I don't know which one shall we look at, because every single game today is so interesting. But probably go back to Goryachkina versus Koneru. Because she finally chose a variation which I'm yet to figure out what it is.
Castles, d4, bishop b6. I think I've seen it, and first time you see it, it's a very surprising line. Knight e4. Yeah, I think here, like after bishop b6, the computer is very critical of this line at first. Okay, at least that's if memory serves. Like, yeah, the bishop c5, bishop b6. The computer was laughing and saying white is much better, but then somehow it's very hard to prove anything. Knight c5, bishop c2, knight e7. After queen moves, you go d5. Yeah, I guess like queen d1, d5 or something. d5, e d6, and just c d6. Bishop f4. And here I don't quite remember. I think the pawn is sacrificed somehow. And there is nothing wrong with going d5 on the other hand.
d5 is indeed
queen
the
d1,
move, yes.
d5, queen d1 is already played,
Yep.
d5 will be the move, and if we check e takes, I guess c takes, right? Or
E
even,
takes.
yeah, if
Okay,
white takes
there's
on
one
d6,
move of bishop g5, but most of the games played e d6.
Queen d6,
Here, yeah, you can play c d6 or queen d6.
even queen d6 was played, yes, c d6,
If it's c d6, we might be following an old game by Gashimov versus Ponomaryov.
oh yeah, but that one was won by Gashimov, yes.
Yes, it was in the Rapid in Nice. So rook e1 was played, h6, knight bd2, and so on. It looks like a normal position for both sides. So probably you just want to go against the, how do you call it? Is it an IQP? It is
Yeah,
like
well,
an IQP.
sort of.
It's
It's an
right?
isolated pawn. Yeah. Well, I think it might be a difference in terminology a little bit because we,
Usually,
in kind of
yeah.
Soviet school, we used to call any pawn which doesn't have, like pawns on the next to it. We would call it okay. It's an isolated pawn, therefore isolated pawn position, right? But I think the IQP, isolated queen pawn, that is IQP stands for. This structure is usually referred to the queen's gambit structures when the pawn is on E file, right? So this would be like your normal IQP position, or with white having the D pawn and black having the pawn on E6. This is a little bit different, but yeah, still. So this structure you can easily get from the French, right? Remember we were talking when Goryachkina was playing Paehtz that there is this E takes D5 move, and then DC5, bishop C5, and you pretty much have it.
Or the other Sicilian, yeah, with this, remember, knight b5?
Oh yeah,
that
that's
one.
the one as well. Alright, so D5's on the board.
Okay, what looks spicy right now? I think you have to be ready to jump from one another,
of course.
because it's so interesting. Let's take a look. Divya versus Tsolakidou.
All right, so this is an actual opening preparation by Lagno we are seeing in this game, I believe. Divya having 1 hour 33. She played extremely fast. Tsolakidou went bishop b7, which
is one of the normal moves.
Yeah, I think back then we were referring to, okay, this is the principal one, right? This is the principal one. So AB, trade the rooks, bishop b5, bishop takes e4, and look at the move, d2, d4. I mean, there won't be, I wouldn't be stressing a lot, like saying, okay, that's a wonderful move, because it's very logical, but
the sacrifice.
That's a knight, yeah. That's, you know. So white has to prove.
Nice preparation.
White has to prove, or I mean, we don't know yet. To be honest, we don't know yet. White still has to prove that white has enough. I'm not even sure what you do. Like, I mean, what's the idea behind that? I guess
it
you
could be
take,
takes because you threaten c6 now.
Yeah, so black kind of has to recapture. Then you have this knight e5, for instance, right?
Or bishop g5. It's
or
also
bishop g5. Yeah, bishop g5
and then
also
it's a double
creates
attack.
a threat. So here, or the bishop on b1. Black goes bishop f5.
Okay.
And then you
knight
can
G5,
go
yes.
knight E5.
Knight E5,
Again,
sorry.
threatening takes, and and if the queen moves, defending the knight.
There is bishop C6.
Okay, wait. There is queen D. No, there is no queen D5.
Yeah,
because
just
I
take.
queen D1, rook D1. Well, actually, how bad is that one? It is pretty bad, right?
Looks pretty
knight
bad.
D7,
Knight takes.
Knight D7.
And bishop takes, rook takes.
Yeah, bishop. Exactly. Like if here white takes with the bishop, I go king E7. It's
ugly,
probably survivable.
but still okay.
Yeah, probably survivable. But after rook D7, black just can't develop his stuff. And I guess this is right. So after knight E5, that means I cannot hope to return the piece back. I have to stick to defending this one. Say queen B7, and then I see how it gets very, very dangerous. Queen A4, next move rook D1.
Yeah.
And probably, if you prepared everything well, that means you know you're winning back the piece. And yeah, black has to be very careful, I guess, not to get into any trouble. However,
Let's take a look again.
Computer's not, computer's only, not very happy. Computer gives black slight edge here.
Okay. Let's take a look at it again. Bishop takes B1, and after D takes C5. Okay, we saw C5, yeah. But what about bishop goes back? Because
yeah, you can go back to
stopping
E4.
C6.
You're stopping C6. I guess taking here could be a problem, because then the E file gets open, right? The thing is, like, if you want to keep it closed, then the bishop from F8 is not developing at all. So I'm guessing black has to try to take. Rook E1, bishop E7 works for now, but I cannot castle, right? Or maybe I can. No, I actually can castle. So some bishop G5. It's a very, very tricky position, and even if it's like objectively not good for white, imagine playing this without preparation with black, like you second guessing each of your moves.
Yeah, I'm really
I'm
really not feeling
looks
like
scary, right?
Yeah, I don't want to be in the Tsolakidou's position right now. It's a very tough choice.
Yeah. Okay. If we want to be solid and be a chicken, bishop F3. How bad is bishop F3? Because I feel like trading the queens makes me much less nervous, right? I just take CD4 after CD4. Feels like I have the time to go like E6, bishop E7, castle, and let's. Okay, white has some initiative still, I guess, but it shouldn't be too much. So perhaps after bishop F3, G F3 to keep the queens on the board, but then again, like take on E4
and E6 or G6.
Yeah, like if pawn takes
maybe E6,
maybe G6, bishop
maybe
G7,
G6
bishop E6, bishop E7. So you want to develop, you want to castle quickly. Maybe that's okay, but again, if you didn't check it, that means you don't know. And now you're sitting and calculating this line. Should I take the knight? Should I try to? Yeah. Am I too scared? Maybe I should develop immediately and castle. Maybe the move is bishop C6. Just switch to defense immediately. So that's a tough task. That's a tough task.
Yeah, so many moves to calculate as well, and so many branches. Like also, we haven't taken a look. For example, CD4. It could be a move.
Yeah, CD4, and then the question is like if white takes with the pawn, if white takes with the knight, maybe queen takes at some point, because like taking twice on F3 could also be dangerous. Like I can imagine even this, like knight D2. You think, okay, I trade the queens, but then are you okay there? Also not clear. Knight B6 could be a threat, develop the bishop, go rook A1 quickly, can be a threat, anything. Like seriously, it's a very, 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 very cool piece of opening preparation, because
no, I really like this type of preparation. Even though the computer says black is slightly better, but it's practically for human. It's hard if you don't have any sort of idea or knowledge behind this.
Right, and moreover, that's kind of the real novelty, right? Because there is not much bravery in, let's say, checking what is the first line computer recommends. And I check this and I play the first line of the computer, aka the strongest move. But then there is 100% guarantee my opponent checked it at home, right? And finding something like this, which is criticized by the computer, but in practice tends to be very hard to play, this is really cool.
Let me check if there is any games on this line. And
Yeah, there
apparently,
are.
there are. D4 is the main line.
D4,
Wow,
and
so
we
many
have
games.
like some cool names there, I believe.
Actually, let's take a look at Hare Krishna's game as white in this position. So he also played D4. Remember, we talked about sharing the files among the national team. So probably it's well known within the team.
Yeah, so
Bishop B1, and black was MVL. So it's a quite high quality game, I would say. DC5, Bishop E4 back,
Yep,
Rook E1,
Rook E1,
E6,
and then CD6.
Rook takes E4.
Whoa.
Another sacrifice there.
Yeah, logical. Then you want to C6.
Queen takes, and C6.
Yep.
And after C6, there is Bishop E7,
Right.
allowing
Captures
this capture.
And Knight D7.
Knight D2. No. You don't capture.
You go King D8.
No,
What?
you don't capture.
White doesn't take.
White doesn't take.
Because
yeah.
it's not running away, right?
Just play Knight
So
D2,
Knight D2.
Queen D5,
Yep.
and now you capture.
Now you take on D7.
Knight D7,
Knight D7.
Queen A4,
Queen A4. So there is a pin.
Queen B7. You
Queen B7,
protect the
yeah.
knight. Bishop C6, Queen C7,
C7.
Knight C4, and the king is still stuck in the
Yeah.
center, by the way.
White,
D5,
black still can't castle because D7 is hanging. D5.
Knight E5. It looks very weird, allowing this knight to attack.
Yeah, Queen.
But you take it, and after Bishop D7, King D8,
King D8.
and after Queen A8, Queen takes D7, and the king will not escape. You have all these checks via Queen A4.
Alright. Queen A4, and
Yes,
it's just
and then
a
it's all
perpetual.
perpetual. Yes.
Wow.
What a
That's
game.
a very long line. Yeah,
And I
let's
guess it
see.
is pretty well known among the elite players, I guess, because this was a rapid game actually. And to walk into this type of line, if you don't know anything, it's frowned upon. But it seems like MVL knows his line, of course, and it was played 4 years ago.
Yeah. So now the question is how well Tsolakidou is prepared, because even if you checked this line some time ago,
Yes.
but you did not expect it to happen today in your game, like how brave are you to say, I remember once it was played, Bishop B1 was good. No, you have to sit and calculate and check, right? And the more you're calculating, I think the less convinced you are that you have to take the knight on B1, because really the position is so rich, it's impossible to exhaust with calculation.
Yes, and my prediction is Stavroula here will take some more time to think, because
Yep.
of course this is one of the most critical moment in her game, and only later we would be able to find out whether she is prepared against this line or not.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, which
Let's
one
check
would you
the
like to
other
look
games.
at?
Tan Zhongyi with Assaubayeva, because I
Yes.
see a strange knight E1 move. Okay, maybe nothing strange. I just thought in this line you usually don't play knight E1. And yes, the move that you mentioned, wait a second, not even this. Rook E3 first, Bishop E7, then knight C3, knight takes, pawn takes, castles, and knight to E1. If I've ever seen somebody, let's say, not hiding their intention, this is the case. Rook E3, knight E1, it's almost like, I'm going to checkmate you, Rook H3, Queen H5, sacrifice on H6,
Right.
very straightforward. Black, I guess, can take care of it by, say, playing F5 or something like that. But then, interestingly, I think after F5 we still take. Interestingly, white pieces are not that badly placed, again, to play this structure, to play against this weak pawn.
Also have to remind you, with years of experience playing against Tan Zhongyi,
Yep.
I can tell you right away, she really likes playing with the crossbutt setup. So I think it explains this one as well. The way that she just moves around, she treats this as if it was
And
the
knight,
crossbar setup.
knight goes to d3, I mean, these kind of things.
Yeah. So I think in a way it is very clever because you just want to direct the position or the game towards something that you're already familiar. And you're right, she's not hiding her intention. Hey, I just want to go to the king side, matting your king. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and this could be almost like the last moment for Bibisara to react, because like you play something slow and you might be not in time, right? Queen h5, and then f6 you can already go rook h3, h6, bishop h6.
I think you can also afford a move like queen g4 because f6 probably after all the takes you have to take with the rook even. Yeah.
Here, yeah, maybe.
Like maybe you have to play f5 even here because f6 there's all sort of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, but seriously, after queen h5, I don't even see how to stop rook. Yeah, maybe g6, queen h6, f5 again, something like that. Yeah, so there is f6. There is bishop to g5 move,
which I'm sure is predicted already. So where does the rook go? Yeah?
Here. And then because white no longer has this bishop to sacrifice on h6, at least you survive queen h5. Yeah, well, you survive for now. There is no guarantee you'll survive later, but yeah, queen h5, you can go h6. And some rook c8, something. But yeah, but the feeling is black you cannot really play this game without f6.
F something.
F5.
F5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already played.
f5 and
pass on immediately.
Right. Because in some cases you do not take these ones and prepare g4, but this is not ideal. Yeah, here you have
By the way, we also have to mention there's no glitch in this about the en passant because sometimes it's like, oh, how could you take a pawn like that?
Yeah, that's
a special rule in chess about en passant. So yes, EF already, and now Bibisara is thinking, normally you would like to take with the bishop, yeah? But is there anything wrong taking with the rook now?
Rook takes and putting the bishop on d6 is another...
And double up the rook on
another
f-file.
option, right, because like I first shown capture with the bishop because this structure usually happens with the pawn on b2 from the knight d2 French lines. Right, and then the point of capturing on the d6 on f6 with the bishop because bishop attacks d4. Here d4 is safe as ever, then maybe the bishop is just stupid on f6.
But maybe in this position, if you take with the bishop, you'd like to play e6, e5.
Yeah.
So after knight d3, rook e8, and you still are trying to get this idea.
Rook e8, and then let's say, yeah, white probably has to stop e5. Yeah? White probably has to stop e5 because alternatively, it's not even clear what I do. Yes, I guess it's either a 4, after which, by the way, it's not entirely out of question. It's probably not
probably
great.
There's knight c6, sorry,
probably
knight c5
not great,
even.
right? Ah, yeah, you do have knight c5 as well. Knight d4, knight c5, and then take on d4.
Yeah.
That's also.
But I think it's safe to say both captures are okay. Bishop
after f6, or f5 ef6, yeah. Bishop takes, but also, yes, as you said, rook takes, bishop to d6, other rook to f8.
This is also a sound
queen to
setup.
f7 sometimes, yeah. Like in comparison to French defense, white would have a light square bishop here, and black would have the bishop somewhere like on d7, which...
She took with the bishop, by the way.
Yeah, she took with the bishop on f6. So the presence of light square bishops, it does kind of two things. White would have more chances of attacking the king, but black's e6 pawn would be safer. Right, so here, knight d3, rook e8. Yes, you can do f4. I just thought maybe you can... By the way, somewhat unusual, bishop a3 is also there. Rook f7, and then say queen e2, planning to go rook e1.
Yeah,
tricky.
So it's a tricky position, but let's go. Okay, I just want to inform you the game between Goryachkina versus Koneru. They already traded off the queens, so it's gonna be kind of a positional battle right now.
Queen takes d6 was played, queen d6 and c d6.
Right. So I think white has a little edge there because of this pawn, of course. And now it is up to Koneru whether she could defend this position or not. It's just a slight worse position for Koneru because of the pawn. Otherwise, it's totally a game.
I'm trying to recall because I'm almost sure I've seen a game where black sacrifices this pawn and gets pair of bishops, but I can't possibly think of how it happens. There was like if I had to make up this stuff, it would be like rook d1, you know, knight f5, bishop f5, rook d6, but it doesn't make any sense now. Yeah, it feels like this one weakness on d6 should not be enough for the real advantage. However, Goryachkina likes this kind of like slow, grindy positional games. So you give her a little factor to try to build her advantage on, and she'll gladly take it. She just played knight to a3.
Yeah, I think she is very clever in her opening choice. I mean, she knows what type of position that she's good at, and also she treats every game, every position as if it was the new position, like a new training position for her. And I think the last move has proven to be that reason, because knight a3 is an original idea. Most people would go to the center, but of course knight a3 is very natural. Yeah, you want to play knight c4.
The question is, how do we continue after d5? How do we continue after d5? Because I thought like bishop e3 trying to use the pin, knight f5 to trade the bishop, and sometimes you do this and then hope for the bishops to get traded, maybe even like go b4, trade the bishops, right? And now install the knight on d4 and say, I'm better. But your knight's on a3, right? With the knight somewhere on e3, I would believe white has like a better chances because of a very good outpost on d4. With the knight on a3 is far less clear.
So I guess you include rook e1 here, just to see where the knight goes.
After d5, yeah, maybe include rook e1.
And then after the knight goes, then you can decide where bishop c1 will go.
Yeah, maybe bishop f4, rook d1 in this case. Yeah, that's totally playable. Okay, so we'll see. Goryachkina spent half hour reaching this position, so that means she probably had like some other options here, but ended up trading going knight a3.
Yes, we can switch back to other games, but let's update ourselves on Divya versus Tsolakidou, because Tsolakidou decided a very important move there. So instead of getting complicated with all this knight sacrifice on d1, she took the knight on f3.
Queen f3, pawn takes, cd4, and without using
thinking.
any time, rook to d1.
Rook d1, still
rook to d1.
preparation.
Yeah, you think you traded the queens and it's equal now? The answer is no. Wow, this pin is very annoying still. Yeah, okay.
So let's see the most obvious move. Take on c3, just to show the idea of this sacrifice.
Yep.
And then let me try to develop my bishop. Yes, e6.
It's a good question. What do we do here with white? I want to bring the rook to the a file as quick as possible. So I don't know. Can I go? Let's say bishop f4.
e5.
5.
And maybe bishop g5 in this position.
Especially after e5, maybe bishop g5. But maybe you don't need e5 at all. Maybe you just go here. Because if I take, you can't be unhappy. You just go king e7, right? And black already threatens to castle.
Yeah.
So takes.
Or in that position,
e6.
maybe there's knight e4. Yeah, you're
knight
attacking.
e4 here.
Yeah, you're attacking d6 and f6.
So knight takes.
Takes.
Pawn takes. Yeah, and I won't be able to castle like at all, right?
But if you move your king, maybe white will have time to divert the rook to the a line.
Yeah. No, I mean, if king e7, it's clear that there will be something, right? There's also this check, for instance, where knight f6,
rook
e5,
a1.
e5 is
wow, that's a strong
bad
move.
Yeah, so that means I'll have to play f6, and then you say you just drop the bishop here. After knight e5, you go rook a1, seems like I won't be able to develop. And then the b pawn starts moving forward. So still not out of the woods despite the queens are traded. And also Divya on 134.
She is generally a fast player, but now it's even faster
Yeah,
with
no,
a very
it's clear she's
well
very well
preparation.
prepared. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let's quickly check the game between Lagno versus Paehtz. Because normally with this type of setup and then you play g6, I was about to say we have a Dragonov situation, but there's no a6.
Queen e2, bishop e6, bishop d2, b8, b3, and g6. So not yet clear what plan White's prepared to go for. Computer likes White, 0.6 advantage.
But I think it's a normal evaluation in such a position, yeah?
Yeah, could be. I don't know, I still want to go for b4. Alternatively, well, can you play c5 here immediately?
It's a very typical pawn sacrifice, I agree. Okay, let's see two moves, takes and d5.
Yeah, so
Which
if
one?
they
Takes
take,
first.
maybe we have to explain, right? So if they take, usually White would try to win this pawn back, and if White succeeds, then it means like Black's queen side is
So you'll
compromised,
try
very weak.
knight
I don't know, rook
a4.
c1 or knight a4 first. Maybe a rook c1 to start with. Let's say if like Black just does something, knight a4. Now if White takes, it's set, so maybe knight d7, and even like a position like this, bishop c4, and then a queen takes.
I have some inspiration from other games. Whenever there is bishop c4, I'll just let you capture my bishop.
On e6.
But that's gonna be bad in this position, I know.
Yeah,
But that's an idea, that's an idea.
Well, as long as Black cannot bring the knight to d4, right, this structure is not great.
Oh, actually in that position, after bishop c4, maybe I can force knight b6 then.
Yeah, that's what you had to do, I thought. Like if I go bishop c4, bishop takes, queen takes, you can go queen takes, you can go knight b6, and this is where I'm probably not so happy about what I've done. Okay, queen a4, queen
But then
a6,
takes,
knight takes,
less
queen
pressure on
takes.
c5 right now.
Yeah, maybe rook b5.
Or rook
Should be
d8,
a rook
yeah?
d8, yeah, no, rook d8, bishop b3.
Or bishop a5, there is bishop a5.
Bishop a5 as well, yeah. So
Yeah.
even this is possible, so that's one of the options, just to go c5. Alternatively, yeah, you keep the game very slow, like putting the rook on c1, the other on d1, and then just keep it as is.
Would you advise White playing on the king side? I don't know if
F4.
f4 is a move here.
Yeah, well, usually... Well, it really depends, of course, where the pieces are, but usually the fact that you surrender the e5 square is not great for White.
Like knight d7
they
is
go,
there,
yeah, knight
knight
g4,
g4 is
knight
even
d7, bishop f6, knight e5, and they get like a lot of dark square play.
Yeah.
So f4 can be played, but you're gonna have to be ready. So you wait with rook d1 and so on and so on.
Rook f d1 was played.
Rook f to d1. Yeah, so
So-
that indicates perhaps that the queen side and the center is where White is going to try to
Yeah.
develop initiative. F4 without this rook on f1 doesn't make much sense anymore.
Yeah, because this is a very important decision after the opening, and then you already entered this type of middle game. Which side of the board that you're going to play? Definitely not the queen side. It's either the center or on the king side. And there's so many typical ideas that you can juggle from, and then you just have to choose which one is suitable for the position. So rook f d1, I think it also offers flexibility in Lagno's pieces there, and it's going to be a long game, I would say. Or
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a long game because, like, in order for this to resolve, say, even structure-wise, remember, like, usually the most strategically complex games are where the structure is not defined. And this one,
This one
Black
is one
can
of them.
black can go for d5, right? Black can go for maybe move the knight, go for f5. So too many plans,
Yep.
right? So it's easy when you have the center blocked. It's a King's Indian. You go for c5. He goes for f5. We know what we are supposed to do. Here, like every tiny little move can change. Can change not only the evaluation but also the plans.
The plans,
And
exactly.
when you were talking about the rooks, even like yes, rook fd1 defines a lot, but also like you could play rook c1.
C1,
You can make an argument for rook b1 and then b4. Yeah. So each move, because you still don't know how the structure in the center going to look like, each move you're looking for not only for kind of good move but also the most flexible.
Right.
Right. So I play this, and now if she opens the center, the rook is good. If she closes the center, the rook is good. I mean, this type of thinking. Sometimes not even like calculating the exact lines, but just like philosophically. Yeah, okay. Rook on d1 is well placed.
Yeah, so looks like everything is pretty much a game in this position between Lagno versus Elisabeth Paehtz. And I think you mentioned it earlier, it is a very good decision by Elisabeth to kind of choosing this type of variation due to her tournament situation. So we'll see if she would finally score her first win in the tournament.
Yeah.
2 games to go. There's not many games left for her to prove the first victory. And I think we can also quickly check what's happening in the Munguntuul versus Salimova before our first break.
Yeah.
Because it is kind of like the repetition of what Munguntuul did yesterday.
Yeah, so let's just quickly mention that Goryachkina Koneru got stuck after knight a3. They have this endgame, and Koneru thinking maybe knight a3 is a new move, but this we expect also to be quite a long game, right? Tan with Assaubayeva we've seen. Yeah, this one. Rook to c8, e d5, knight e7, rook e1 was played, right?
Yeah, it was played.
It was played, and then Goryachkina, I think, played f4,
F4.
while Salimova went for rook to c8.
Yeah, which is of course another possibility in this setup. Yeah, I think she just wants to delay this idea. So what about a4 in this position?
Yeah, a4 is always a question. I'm thinking, could it be that rook c8 indicates these intentions? Rook to c5 and attack the d5 pawn. So I'm just like trying to make it different, because like you can try to play as Goryachkina did, right? You can take a4, you can go a5, maybe have rook c5 later. But this would be more or less the same game. I'm just like thinking, does this rook ever go to h4? Just I see this clear fourth rank, and I thought, yeah, but like to be really different from the previous game, this could be Black's plan, attack d5, which I'm not necessarily saying is great. Even if you win the pawn, still you have a bunch of weaknesses. Like I said, rook d5, queen moves somewhere.
Probably there is a concrete line there after rook c5. I can try to play knight b4, and after a5, knight c6, and allowing this trade, and then you go for the opposite colored
Knight
bishop position.
c6, pawn takes,
Yes.
yeah, b a4.
Then queen takes or rook
yeah,
takes.
and you take a4 and you're not losing the c pawn. Yeah, like if you keep the c pawn alive, I agree that's a problem.
Or you can actually exchange that pawn with the a pawn too, like in some cases.
Yeah, queen b6 maybe.
d6 is, oh sorry, the rook is on e1. Yeah, here,
That's a tricky one, because d6 is easy to defend with opposite colored bishops. You just put the bishop on e5, right? If black takes it, I kind of feel that black is never, in fact, black never wins this kind of positions, even if he wins the pawn, because these guys with opposite colored bishops, they're always weak, they're not very flexible. So white's main worry is not, let's say, lose the pawn on the queen side. White's main worry was illustrated yesterday, the checkmate.
yes,
If you're getting checkmated, this is usually not a good recipe.
right.
Okay, so very intense game.
Very intense
pay
round.
attention.
Yeah.
1 hour 33 on Munguntuul's clock, so she's done her homework. She's very well prepared. And same goes for Divya, 1 hour 34 in the position which, like, us at least, we see it for the first time ever. Yeah, so some cool preparation after this first hour of play. all 5 games in progress, and in some cases, players are in the home preparation.
Right, and yeah, such a beautiful preparation by Divya and also by other players here. And while we are going to take a break, let me give a friendly reminder about tomorrow's game, because tomorrow is the last game of the tournament. We will start 2 hours earlier than usually. So local time, it would be at 1 p.m. instead of 3 p.m. So make sure you're not late in watching the broadcast. So yeah, see you in a few minutes after the break.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back everyone to the 8th round of the FIDE Women Grand Prix in Shymkent, Kazakhstan. 2 rounds to go, everything is at stakes and 5 games are still in progress. And let's take a look at the game between Divya versus Tsolakidou, because this has caught our attention a lot due to the preparation that Divya has made.
Yeah, so once again, if you're just joining, I'll show the opening line, B5A4. That's what we've seen in the game between Lagno against Assaubayeva from 2 rounds ago, where Assaubayeva played B4 and it proved to be not that great. So Tsolakidou goes for what we thought the most principled reply and sacrifices B5 in order to take E4, and White just goes D4, leaving the knight on B1 and 3, and the knight was not taken, so bishop F3 instead, CD4 and rook D1, apparently a clever move. G6 was played, rook takes D4, bishop G7, rook A4, castles and rook A7.
And the knight has to go now to E5.
Yeah, I guess theoretically rook D8 was possible still. But Stavroula decided to go knight e5, rook takes e7, and this is the position on the board.
And do you see the time, Miro? It's 1 hour and 35 minutes.
It's almost like an hour difference, right? It's an hour difference.
And also the fact that Divya is gaining time. Do you think
on move 18?
On move 18, yes. And okay, it's a very good opening choice, variation choice by Divya, and a good preparation as well.
Yeah, so I'm guessing like rook d1 we've seen was played very fast, and I don't think she analyzed, because there's a lot of variety in this position. So of course, if you prepared rook d1, you've analyzed d takes c3, and then after that or any of those, you just checked. Yeah, okay, I take, I go. Well, you play what she played in the game, but maybe you don't have that much of a knowledge about this position because it's like too many things. But yeah, nonetheless, played very, very fast.
Yeah.
So I guess in case of knight f3, we go king g2 maybe.
But king g2, there's knight h4, knight f5.
h4, king f1. I mean, I just didn't want to drop the h2 pawn.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 and something like rook to b7.
Yeah. White maintains the control, yeah?
Yeah, the very strong bishop controls e8. In some cases, the attack on f7 will be quite annoying. I think White's better in this case, which is kind of confirmed by compute evaluation. And says this position is 0.4 in White's favor. Combined with the clock situation, I think Stavroula should be like really, really careful not to lose this game. That's a dangerous position to be in. And
also dangerous time situation for her as well. And yes, let's also make a circle around the other games. Let's take a look what's happening in the game between Goryachkina versus Koneru.
So Goryachkina, Koneru, well, not much to be honest. Knight a3. I'm a bit surprised to see rook d8. Kind of not stopping knight c4 at all. Knight c4 played. Bishop to c7. Rook e1. And Koneru thinking again.
Probably using the fact that after knight c4, White will be able to push b5 or d5 with the tempo. Maybe she was aiming for that reason. Yeah,
so she wants to go d5, maybe d5 eventually, but now you have to react to this knight being hanging. Knight c6, I guess would be the most natural, but then White has a choice. One of the moves that I'm kind of looking at is this bishop g5, because f6 is not clear if you're happy to play f6, and if you don't play f6, that means you have to go to f8, which is once again very passive. So big question how to react to rook e1. Oh, well, I guess bishop e6 can be a move. Bishop e6 hitting this, and then knight e3. You would prefer to play knight e3 after you develop the bishop, right? So knight e3 is not great, but maybe you can do something else. Maybe you can even play knight d4 or knight g5. Yeah, knight g5 could be better. Like knight g5, bishop c4, and you take e7. h7's hanging, and you want to develop to e3 or f4. Yeah, c7, bishop is hanging.
So it's like a double attack. Or maybe this is actually the concrete way to respond to bishop e6. Just play knight g5.
Yeah, it's like the line doesn't end here, because after, say, bishop b6 even, bishop h7, king f8, white, white has to move the rook. And say in case of rook e1, there's g6. I mean, the line kind of goes on, right? g6, you go bishop e3, king g7, bishop d4, and it's a mess. So there's a lot of stuff to calculate for the players, of course. After rook e1, Humpy needs to be careful.
Yep, and probably we can switch to Tan versus Assaubayeva.
Yeah, so again, the reminder, Goryachkina is leading the tournament. If she wins, it's very likely she wins the tournament today. Tan Zhongyi with white against Bibisara Assaubayeva. That's another very important game. Tan Zhongyi is 1 full point behind Goryachkina, so desperately needs a win as well. Knight e3, rook f e8, and to be honest, I was surprised with rook f e8. I thought like rook a to e8 comes almost automatically, but it's not impossible that the c file will be used for the other rook. So rook to queen to e1, queen f7, h3, rook c8, rook e2, and b7, b6. So rook e2 in order to develop the bishop on f4. b6 covers the c5 square.
And bishop f4 is on the
bishop
board.
f4 is
very
on the board.
quickly by Tan there.
So bishop f4, bishop will go to g3 possibly. But the question is, does white have the way to increase pressure on e6? Because now, like say, you have two pieces on the e file, but black managed to defend the e6 pawn. Black's counterplay maybe will be knight a5, knight c4. Getting the knight here where it controls the e5 as well. Speaking of black's contemplate, it's not clear where black's real contemplate is. You can dance around with this knight, but the c3 pawn is well protected, and e5 is very unlikely to happen anytime soon.
So this position, white is slightly better?
I feel like white should be slightly better. Yeah, one thing to check would be this, and I don't have a lot of trust in this kind of lines, but who knows. Namely, black gets what, 2 pawns and the rook for 2 minor pieces. Yeah, because you attack this and you try knight c2. But even a position like that, so your 2 pawns are not very dangerous, and it's tremendously strong dark square bishop, right, with this blockade on e5, so even a position like this is probably acceptable for white. Yeah. But nonetheless, this is an idea to complicate the game by capturing on d4. Otherwise, black has just to sit and wait.
Okay, so also, well, rather a slightly better position for Tan, but it's still a game.
Yeah, it's a long way.
It's going to be quite a long game too. And what clarifies a little bit soon is Munguntuul versus Salimova.
Yeah, that's a forcing line that we thought. Rook to c8, knight b4 was played. So not my a4, but knight b4 immediately. e4, bishop to f1, a5, and knight to c6. Well, somewhat similar to what we were discussing. Now, knight takes, I guess, is forced.
Yeah. Well, you can play queen,
technically not, right?
No, but knight e7, bishop b5 is there.
Yeah, but maybe not even knight e7. Maybe just be bishop b5, keep the knight on c6.
Yeah.
Because you would probably still want to take with the pawn if black takes. So I guess black has to take. Now it's a big question. So if the rook takes, bishop b5, Don't know where this rook's going. Is it b6? Is it c5?
There's like a4. And usually in this type of games, I mean, I think it's been played in many games, okay, with different move orders. Usually it's ended with a draw. I think that's why it's a crossroad for Salimova right now after d takes c6, whether she wants to play queen b6 or something like that.
You can play queen b6, you're right, yeah, and then queen d6, rook c6 or something like that, yeah. Well, the thing is, here, after rook takes and bishop b5, rook b6, white would have queen d5, stopping the d pawn physically, then going a4 and so on. So maybe more precise would be to go rook c5, where there is no queen d5 anymore, and after a4 you go d5, and you want to go d4, and this could still be, you know, sharp, because...
Or maybe rook e5, I would say, instead of d5, because
so first
I'd like
you
to
want
free
to
my
let
rook,
the rook here, and then you want to go
at
d5,
any point
f4.
I can play d5, yeah. But now f4 could be the main move.
Yeah, I had a kind of a bit different idea, just to play d5 and d4. You know,
okay.
and take with the bishop, and maybe rook will go to c2. Who knows? But rook e5 is also an option. Yeah. So all in all, it seems black should not have a problem in this version. And wait, let's not forget there is also b4. The b4 is also a move. So making sure that this bishop is as alive as ever. And then if you want to keep your c6 pawn, that means you're sacrificing b2, right? Like say queen d5, bishop takes b2. I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah.
It's a tricky position.
Probably rook d1 now?
Even taking this guy, yeah, rook d1, I thought bishop e5, and at least for now you keep everything protected. Then you have queen f6. Or maybe you don't have everything protected. Maybe f4 is actually quite annoying. Just realized.
Yeah, with this opposite card, bishop is always dangerous in such a position.
The c6 pawn, the feeling is like c6 pawn has to be eliminated, right? Because if white defends the c6 pawn, it's this is where you get in trouble.
Yeah, so a big option for Salimova here. Rook c6, b4, queen b6 also there. Yeah. So
quite a choice.
Yeah, quite a choice. Let's take a look at Lagno versus Paehtz.
Lagno versus Paehtz.
Because I think the last move that we saw it was g6. So
g6
Paehtz,
and rook f to d1.
Yeah, so Paehtz is treating this position as if it was a king's Indian defense.
Knight h5,
yeah, with knight h5.
g3, knight to g7, I guess, preparing for f5,
Yep.
and bishop e3. Bishop e3, plain and simple, hitting the a7 pawn. Now, however, when the e file is blocked, and this is something we did not check, remember we were mentioning that c5 is an interesting idea. So here, for instance, why c5 is an interesting idea? Of course, yeah, if black takes, then you're trying to win the c5 pawn, but also after d5, the e5 pawn is hanging, right? When we put the bishop on e3, and let's say black somehow defends it, goes queen c7. Well,
Wait, is it really hanging though? Because there's bishop f6 actually. e5. Instead of
where?
Instead of bishop
Which
e3,
one?
the line that you
mean
analyzed.
this line.
But bishop
c5,
d2.
bishop was on d2,
Bishop on
so,
d2, yeah.
So c5, d5 takes. There is bishop f6, but it's okay. It's a pawn. We can discuss
Yes,
like how much compensation black has, if any, but at least it's a pawn. No, but what I mean here, after bishop e3, this c5 is no longer a move because black simply plays d5 and is very happy, I guess, to have such a center.
Also, what about a move like queen a5 with the tempo attacking the knight?
Yeah, possible.
Maybe rook c1, but I mean, at least we solved the problem of a7.
c1 or knight a4.
Knight a4.
Same thing. Maybe rook c1, yeah.
And let's continue with f5.
Now you go f5. I'm not sure how I feel about f5. It's active. You want to go f4, I guess, but if white plays f4,
Wow.
what happens? Like, this center is about to get open and the game becomes like extremely sharp. I'm not sure who's better ready for opening the center. Maybe black also puts the rook on e8. Just doesn't want to take anything.
Yeah, this could be turning into a very sharp position. Yeah. What else could be there?
Actually, maybe a7. Maybe we don't care that much about a7. Can we play f5 nonetheless?
So after bishop takes a7, rook b7
Yeah,
maybe?
the plan was like to attack the bishop from b7 or a8. We don't know, but let's
When
say
it's
from
coming
b7
back, then
and then
f4.
to go f4. Yeah, and now taking on f4, well, at least looks dangerous. So pawn takes, bishop d4 or something like bishop f6. For one pawn, it feels like black gets, and sometimes even rook can be shifted here.
Interesting.
Yeah, so f4, and if we go back, then again, f3 is an option, some bishop g4, maybe bishop g5. Bishop g5 planning for this, like very Kinzindian style. Very much Kinzindian type of initiative. The other question is like how good f5 is if white does not allow f4, if white plays f4 himself. So Lagno is down to 40 minutes though, so she clearly kind of struggles in this position.
In finding
Like
ideas.
Each move takes her a very long time. Paehtz relatively comfortable, 1 hour 15.
Yeah, but who is not comfortable right now is Tsolakidou.
Yeah,
So we can...
again, let's go back to the game that we started our analysis with. So, well, we managed to guess a couple of moves. Knight h4, king f1, knight f5, rook a7 was played. Okay, knight d5. How about bishop c4 here?
Yeah, by the way, after knight d5, I think this is the first moment that Divya is thinking, because her clock was actually up to 1 hour 36. Okay, there's a glitch on this one, but now it is 1 hour 32 minutes. Anyway.
Yeah, so it's not updated here.
It's not updated.
Yeah, like in our system, it updates when she actually plays a move, alright.
So knight d5, yeah, what were you saying? Bishop c4? I think that's...
Yeah, I thought kind of to keep f7 under attack. I don't know where the knight's going. Is it knight b6? Is it knight e7?
There, yeah, that should be somewhere. Okay, where is the most active square for the knight? I don't think...
Most active is f4, but it will be taken there. No, but that's partially why I want to play bishop c4 now, because bishop e5 and knight f4 would be not such a stupid setup for black. So I think maybe that's the time to disturb the knight immediately to clarify where it goes.
And it's a bit awkward where to put the knight actually.
Yeah.
If you play knight f6 maybe with the idea of d5.
But it was on f6, right?
He was on f6.
Yeah, you can go here, but then let's say the white just develops. I don't know why a2, maybe d3 is good, but a2 kind of keeps the pawn in check. And it's still unpleasant, I feel like. I feel like it's still unpleasant for black, because d5 hanging, if you move it, if you go d4, then you open the f7. So still somewhat passive. The advantage, white's advantage rose to 0.9.
Okay, so it's increasing then.
Yeah, it's increasing, and also Tsolakidou is getting low and low on time. So 23 minutes for 19 more moves before the time control. So really critical situation. Well, what other move that Tsolakidou could think of might be
After bishop c4.
Yeah, like I was thinking bishop. Knight b6, but then the knight is not stable there, right? You can go again b3 or a2, say b3, and in case of d5 there is rook b7, I'm guessing. Knight here, knight here.
Yeah.
Still unpleasant. Like, there's nothing concrete. You're not dropping this pawn. White's not promoting yet, but somewhat unpleasant.
Yeah, I agree with you. With bishop c4, it looks, white maintains control. And it's a bit hard to guess where the knight will go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's check other games. What about let's come back to Tan versus Assaubayeva, because Assaubayeva decided on this idea with the knight maneuver.
So knight goes to a5, rook to d1, and knight goes to c4. So knight on c4 is nice and all, but on the other hand, there is no pressure on c3 whatsoever. Right.
But I think I like this idea that Bibisara is doing. In a way, you still have no idea what to come up with some precise or concrete plans. And in the meantime, you just try to improve the position of your pieces one by one. So, okay, at least now the knight on c4 is very good located, and she can think of other things to improve on.
Yeah. How do you play with white? Do you have a... Okay, I have a question. If white goes knight e5, it's a very primitive move, but how does black react?
Bishop takes?
Let's say bishop takes, and as much as I like this knight on c4, maybe you will have to take eventually. Maybe you don't have to right now, but let's say white will have like rook d3, rook g3, this type of ideas. And while I'm saying this is something I struggle to evaluate, because white will eventually triple on the e-file, but black will have, say, rook c6 and then counter-attack on the c-pawn.
So every side has their own weaknesses.
Yeah, like here, I'm not even sure. Like when the other rook is on e3, there will be some rook d5 threat, but maybe black gets to attack the c3 pawn. Interesting. The other option, of course, could be to go f3, queen g3, rook e1, kind of bring all the pieces towards the king side, and then hope that something works out. This one is kind of hard game to play and also hard game to commentate on, because like as you mentioned, it's not yet clear how your setup looks like, both for white and black, right?
Or could it be that after you put the knight on c4, then what black can do is pushing the pawns?
Yeah, I was thinking b5, a5, b4, or something like that. Yeah, maybe.
But there's knight c5.
You have to watch out for knight c5, but yeah. Again, the debate would be, like, say, it's white to move. Okay, that's f3, for instance. b5, knight c5, and then if e5 works as the reply to knight c5. Well, which might, I don't know. Because otherwise it's very unpleasant. Like knight c5 attacks e6, and it's a strong piece on c5. So that means if you play b5, you better have an answer to knight to c5. But I would agree that this looks like a legit plan, right? So go b5,
future,
a5, b4, and then d4 becomes weak.
Yeah. I mean, I saw in the video before that both Goryachkina and Tan, they kept looking at each other's games, you know,
really? So they
just
both...
to see which one, you know, is doing well, checking on your rival.
Yeah, speaking of Goryachkina, there is a bit of simplifications in her game against Koneru. Rook e1, bishop e6 indeed was played. For whatever reason, she decided not to go for knight g5. She just played knight e3, d5, knight g5 now, takes e6, and then the knight takes on e6. Black's d4 move cannot be stopped, right? Like pretty much anything happens, black will play d4. So the question is it completely equal after d4, let's say c takes, knight takes, or does white still have some slight chance because of pair of bishops?
Looks like it's gonna be just equal after d4, so I think that's why
here,
she played knight f5 in order to kind of delay d4 maybe?
Bishop here. Yeah, now e6 knight is hanging.
So I think black can also avoid of sacrificing that pawn by playing d4.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. That's an interesting question if black can do it. Because, of course, Right, if you try, it's not even a pawn sacrifice, right? Because if you try to take it, it's dc3 and rook d1 is threatening.
Yeah, and black is even better after that.
Yeah, if you take d4, rook d4, again, you cannot take because rook d1. You could try to make an argument this is a weakness, but not really. King's gonna go on f7, black pieces
Everything
are
is
very
protected.
nice. Yeah, this should be no problem. So after knight f5, I believe knight takes, bishop takes, and d4 is a good try, and maybe white shouldn't even capture on e6, but just like somehow play this position.
But it's a bit hard to develop the bishop on c1
take
as
this
well.
guy. Yeah, can I do bishop e4? Maybe can go rook e8, pin. Yeah, it's not much, if anything. Yeah, well, probably there is something for white. I don't know if rook e8 was that smart. After all, I'm not sure if rook e8 was that smart. Okay, we have some bishop a5, funny move.
Yeah.
Bishop a5, and then in order to play the game, white will have to go sorry, not rook e1, but rook e3. Rook e3 nonsense, knight c2 check. Knight e2 check still. So
Yeah.
that means bishop a5 just equalizes, right? You have to go to f1 and then knight e2, take the bishop. I don't know if black wants to equalize at first place. Knight on d4 was great, right? But I'm just like somewhat pessimistic about like not having, or rather optimistic for white for having a pair of bishops, and I thought maybe like just to make sure that black has the way to equalize.
Also, I mean, tomorrow the round will start 2 hours earlier, and it could be also a strategy by Goryachkina to have an early game so that she can rest, she can prepare for the next
so
one.
to kind of not to give it all today, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
probably
so that's
tomorrow.
kind of
And
important game
tomorrow, she's gonna play against Salimova with black
yeah.
pieces.
So I have a guess that Goryachkina wins the tournament with a draw today, draw tomorrow.
That's possible.
But it's not necessarily. I mean, it's not guaranteed, of course, because Tan is capable of winning 2 last games. But again, she'll have a black pieces tomorrow, and today also she's not yet that much better against Assaubayeva.
By the way, tomorrow it's Salimova Goryachkina. I don't know about you, but I think I'm very excited on this one because I was commentating for the final of the FIDE Women's World Cup in Baku last year.
Yep.
And these two went neck to neck against each other in the final. You know how the evaluation went like a roller coaster. I mean, it's gonna be a very exciting battle, especially maybe deep down Salimova would like to take the revenge of the defeat in the World Cup. So it's gonna be exciting.
Yep. Knight f5. Well, I'm thinking you are capturing on f5 automatically, but well, black has other moves, like knight c6 is also an option. Again, preparing for d4 after bishop e3. You could go d4. The other thing you could think of is h5, just moving the pawn away from the h6 and then going g6. So let's imagine rook e1, g6, knight d4, and we just like trade everything. I don't know, like this looks equal to me.
But maybe white is slightly better
Bishop
because of the
b6.
pawn.
No, bishop b6.
Rook b4.
b4.
Bishop b3.
Yeah, well, the rook is strange, but on the other hand, yeah, there is
there's rook e7 as well.
Rook b8. I was still not convinced because if there is nothing, there will be king f8, right? And the rook will have to leave. But maybe you have rook f4, and then like playing f5 is not in my interest in this position. Opening the entire 7th rank for the white rook. Okay, so the guess is like this. I think black has the way to equalize, but maybe the path is narrow, and black has to be very precise in doing so.
Yeah, because it's a bit dangerous
Still,
as well
yeah,
when
like
you
if
think that everything is equal anyway, but turns out it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, so still a pair of bishops and somewhat weak pawn on d5. That's why like black has to be careful. What else do we have?
There's some moves in the game between Divya versus Tsolakidou.
Yeah, Divya with Tsolakidou. Some moves followed after knight d5. Knight a3 was played by Divya, but this is what I was afraid of. Okay, not afraid, but this is what black can do. Bishop e5, h3, and now there is, if the knight is attacked, there is a square on f4. There's also bishop f4 move. Where black probably equalizes. I have a feeling like. Okay, I don't know equalizes, but like makes life easier. Bishop c4 would be very strong if white was to move in this position, so he can defend b2. Like white to move knight c4, I would say white's dominant. But yeah, but it's black to move, and that's why bishop b2 is not much happening.
By the way, yeah, so instead of bishop f4, it's rook b8 is on the
Rook
board.
b8? Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
So maybe now it's the time to play bishop c4 then.
What's happening? I don't quite understand. What was the problem with bishop f4? Because bishop takes, knight takes, h3 is hanging. Yeah, well, maybe this pawn runs fast. I don't know.
Bishop
you
c4
go-
or bishop
Yeah,
d7,
like
I don't know.
something. c6 also. Like maybe you start with b4. If knight h3 played, maybe you go bishop c6.
Even bishop d7 too. Yeah. I understand
The
this,
pawn's
yeah.
running. So that's why rook to b8. Now, however, after bishop c4, what's the plan? Was it always knight e7? I don't know. Maybe she was just like prepared to play knight e7, because I don't see any other move. Okay, other knight to e7, but it's doesn't look great. No tactic of some sort.
But if knight e7, maybe white has bishop g5. And then you have to play king
Yeah,
f8 maybe,
d5
or
maybe.
d5. d5? I take on e7?
Yeah. Take on e7.
Knight c4?
Takes on c4. Yeah, not great. Pawn down.
So probably king f8 is the move.
So bishop g5, king f8.
And now you can actually, I don't know, prepare f6 and then d5 maybe. But Divya is still thinking. Instead of bishop c4, is there anything that looks like?
So I guess she stops knight c4 by going rook b8. Maybe that's the whole point. I think bishop c4 is still well, bishop c6, but then if we know it's knight e7, then bishop c4 is better, because yeah, these pawns are not moving anywhere just yet. Like going c4 would probably be not so great, because there is bishop f4. There's also knight f4, but bishop f4 looks reasonable. And then in case of bishop takes, knight takes, the bishop on b5 kind of got stuck.
Yep. And by the way,
Some updates?
some updates. All other games, they have some moves, but let's see, Lagno Paehtz. Queen f5 was eventually played,
All
but
right.
I like
Wait a
this queen
second.
d2.
Queen a5, queen d2. Queen d2 is a tricky move. Yeah, knight to d5.
Imagine if
is the
somehow
strat.
rook goes to d8, yeah, knight d5
This
game
rook to
over.
d8 to prepare d5, and then knight d5, a famous trick, right? So this way around. It's a discovered attack on the queen, and when you trade on d2, it's knight e7 into mezzo with a check. Okay, rook d8 was cooperative, but
Too
let's say
cooperative.
after f5,
You can also do
you
the
still
same.
have this idea to go knight d5, and then
Queen
in both
d8.
cases, like you can take d2, you can go queen d8. In both cases, the fact that you drop this bishop probably means white has some slight advantage.
One of them is bishop g5. I think we can start, or you can also push f4 immediately.
You can go f4, but even f3, like when there was the queen on d8, bishop on e7, I was thinking f3, then f4 would happen, some bishop g5s and so on. Here, it's not clear. Yeah, f4, I'll just take. Oh wait. Yeah, I guess I just take twice. Maybe still unclear. Some knight h5 is there. Yeah, like still the king is not the safest. Anyway, white has this knight d5 trick, and black has to watch out for it.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tricky idea by Lagno there, protecting the c3 knight, but also imposing some sort of attack, and bishop d8 is
bishop
on the board.
d8. Okay, bishop d8, defending the queen and preparing for bishop b6. What do we do now? Maybe
C5?
the time for c5 has come. Still d5 though. There's still d5. And I don't see kind of the refutation of this move. Bishop d8. It's a nice positional move because you want to play bishop b6, right, and exchange the dark square bishops. Oftentimes it's achieved via bishop g5, but this is a possible maneuver as well, where you go to d8 and b6.
Yep, still a very interesting position there. We can come back to Goryachkina Koneru because we kind of like guessed the lines actually.
Yeah, exchange on f5 and d4 happen. So the game is getting more and more simplified. And yeah, like one of the things, like all things considered, that Goryachkina is leading, it's a very comfortable lead, and Koneru is, like, even if she's not performing at her top performance, she's still a very dangerous opponent. Like, it's not impossible that Goryachkina decides just to take on e6, take on d4, you know, go bishop e3, say I'm 100%, I know 100% I will never ever lose
this position.
Yeah, well, play a few more moves, because maybe white is still a bit more pleasant, thanks to this e6 pawn. Like, trade a pair of rooks, get the king on e6. If it's a draw, it's a draw. Goryachkina's not unhappy.
Yep. And yeah, there's
that's what she has done.
Yes.
Changed on e6 and
takes on
went
d4.
to take on d4.
Yeah, so rook d4 will come, I guess. Don't see any other moves there.
Well, you can go king f7 because this pawn's not running away, I guess.
But there's no reason to do it, yeah?
Yeah, then you'll probably win it back after, say, rook d5, rook d8, and then e5 if needed. But why would you do this? Yeah, why would you do this when you can simply take?
Yes, rook d4
Rook
is now
takes
on the
d4.
board. I think for sure the bishop on c1 will somehow
The bishop has to
go
develop
out.
to e3. I don't know. Is it rook d7? Is it rook d5?
Or rook c4. Bishop e3 is on the board, yeah.
Yeah, I guess rook c4, rook c1 takes is
Bishop
not...
bishop e5.
Ah, bishop e5.
There's
f3
and rook d8 there.
d8, yeah. Nothing, or not much at least, to worry about for black. So that's likely a draw with all these simplifications, which Goryachkina apparently is happy with. And
what about Tan right now? Because these two games are very important for the outcome of the
Tan
tournament.
now has even more incentive to win, because this might lead to, you know, Goryachkina being shaky in the last round. If it's a half-point difference, that's already something. Rook d1, knight c4, bishop g3, and rook to e7 was played. Very slow second hour of this game, slow in terms of number of moves, right? Players spend the time and still can't figure out the way to play this position. By the way, I'm not quite sure about bishop g3. It's not a bad move, don't get me wrong, but what's the plan behind bishop g3? Like
Preparing
the automatic,
knight f4,
like knight f4. Maybe that's the whole idea that she had. Because the move rook d1 was somewhat mysterious, right? It is kind of the closed file. Why would you go to d1? But then anticipating that I'll go knight f4, and now in case
E5,
of e5, this opens, and my rook on d1 is exactly where I want it to be. Yeah, maybe that's the point.
Yeah.
So knight f4. I don't think black has to play e5. By the way.
Black can play double of the rook.
You bring the other rook to e8.
Yeah, looks like a very slow game, but I guess also it's a very dangerous thing if you are trying to force the matters in this type of position, because both white and black, they are solidly defend everything. So yeah, let's see who's trying to break first. I have a feeling that somehow in the next few moves things will come down, like simplified a lot, but we'll see.
Yeah. So Lagno versus Paehtz, a move followed. Yeah, bishop d8, bishop e2 from Kateryna Lagno, attacking d6. And look, it's a fun thing. I guess d6 is hanging, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think d6 is hanging because the knight's hanging, but so does the rook.
Oh, I have a funny idea here. Or maybe not. I was thinking of bishop c7, and then since the queen is kind of trapped, I can try to play a move like rook b1 with a3, b4. It might be slow, the other rook though.
Yeah.
So that you can play a3,
I had
b4.
a funny idea. Knight d5, and when the queen takes, we go knight e7,
Yeah.
and we take d2, and we are clever because the c-pawn is hanging. The problem with knight d5 is the queen is defended, right? So this motif with knight d5, it's gone.
Yep.
So black will just take the knight on d5.
Mm-hmm.
So this bishop, yeah, I guess then bishop c7 is what you do.
Yeah.
I guess bishop c7 is what you do, and maybe that's the that's the moment where white actually wants to go c5, because now d5 is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
I can take it twice, and dc5, knight a4. Now I'm very happy to trade the queens, right? So queen takes, rook takes. Maybe black has to rush to play
With
c4.
Knight c5, or oh no, maybe
Knight
this take.
c5 is an option.
Or bishop a7, bishop c5 as well.
Yeah, you can take a7. It's not impossible that you just take this guy also, with the bishop or with the pawn. Like bishop takes pawn. Well, rook b4. It goes on and on and on. Yeah, you're right. Maybe bishop a7 is actually better.
Bishop b6 just happened on
Bishop
the board.
b6 by Elisabeth Paehtz. Yeah,
because
defending the rook.
d6
Now
is
you
not
can't
hanging.
take because the knight's hanging. Wait, bishop b6. Can you do this nonetheless?
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, and
You probably want to
that.
take the. Oh, knight
I
e-
don't know. It's like some crazy. Oh wait, you can actually take this.
And
guy.
then at a4.
You can take this guy because if queen takes, it's knight a4, hitting the queen and the d6 pawn. Yeah.
Probably in that position after knight a4, queen d4.
b4 or
Queen d4.
oh, b4 might
Or
be.
b4, yeah.
Yeah, the d4. I think I just take twice and.
And position is better
d6,
for you, yeah?
Yes, I think it's slightly better. Like say, if this happens, I guess white's slightly better. Again, not much because knight f5. You can unblock the d pawn. Anyway, it gets some shape. So the situation kind of clarifies and it gets some shape.
Yeah, and let's quickly check Munguntuul versus Salimova before we take our second break and see what's happening on that game.
Yeah. So this has advanced pretty far. Rook takes c6 was played. Bishop b5, rook c5, a4, queen f6, and queen e2. The variation is around equal. We get this opposite colored bishops on the board. Now black can go for your idea of going rook e5 and then d5 and f4 and
Yeah.
moving all those pawns forward. I think, yeah, like computer gives equal, but I think
it
like
is black with
more
initiatives.
pleasant for black,
Yes.
right? More pleasant for black. You have this bunch of pawns in the center, while white's queenside pawns are not doing much.
Maybe
you
not
can
yet.
you can hardly go before, right? So queen e2. Let's say if we go here, yeah, well maybe if not rook d5, which by the way might not be such a bad move, but rook e5 was the original
Or f4
idea.
here. After rook e5, f4 is the idea.
Yeah, so this
You can ignore
you
that.
just go f4, right? Fair enough. What I know sometimes they do is, surprisingly, they just play f3, which is probably not a great.
With the inclusion of b4, I think looks like
yeah.
white is.
I wanted to say, like, if this structure happens with opposite colored bishop, strangely, it's not as terrible if you can defend the king, right? And maybe you are already winning. By that point, you're already winning on the queen side. Here, in our case, you are not winning on the queen side. You'd rather have some weaknesses on the queen side, and also this is possible.
Just takes
And
everything on
queen
c3.
Queen takes on c3, and this is like draw at best for white.
Right. Okay. Wow. I think we can take our second break now. It looks like all the games, have slowed down a little bit compared to the first hour of the round, but they are still equally interesting. Maybe some of the games, like one of them, I guess Goryachkina Koneru will be finishing very soon with a draw, but they still have to make another 15 moves until move 40 to make the
They
draw
all
first.
understand, not so many rounds left, so today will be a hard day. It feels like everyone is inclined to play on. Okay,
Yes.
Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
It's a beautiful sunny day here in Shymkent, Kazakhstan, and it is a rest day at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. The local organizing committee has planned a lot of exciting activities for our players. Let's see what they are. So this is the felt making station. Ladies, what have you been making?
Well, I've been trying to knit here this mat, which was kind of impossible since I have no skills in that regard.
But you did all of this?
And only a small part. But look, it's so pretty.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. And we can take one at home, which is gonna be great. So yeah, I have to practice more, but it was very nice. And we learned how they make them also with this. I don't know if you can. Yeah, which is very interesting to know.
And Bojana, let's see yours.
Yes, we have like one part that is, let's say, cut off, and that we need to sew it and so on. So it was okay. My mom has taught me how to do it. I think that women, okay, no, don't attack me, but women should know this kind of stuff. So I'm really happy that we're awakening our feminine side.
Munguntuul, what are you making?
I don't know.
We'll see, right? But are you having fun?
Yes, I like it.
And we have a little photo shoot section over here. Ladies, beautiful, by the way. What made you choose these specific outfits?
Well, I like blue and white, so I think it explains itself.
I like red, and I'm wearing a green shirt, so I thought better to wear something over it.
Awesome. Did you take shoots together as well or just alone?
For now, just together actually. I will still take pictures alone.
I already had mine, so.
And I heard that they asked you to pose in a certain way. Can you show us how you did that?
Oh my god. I don't know what I'm trying to twirl here. Maybe my dreams.
Majestic. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. All the games in round 8 are still in progress, and let's quickly take a look what's happening in the game between Goryachkina versus Koneru, because we thought that game is going to end very soon. So we'll see. What was the last move that we saw?
I think around D4,
around D4
takes on E6, takes on D4. Well, I'm not sure about very soon, because they're not allowed to agree a draw before move 40. Right, but the position looks fairly equal. G3, King G2, that's what we have. And I don't know, like black can go bishop D4, right?
Yes, but I think for now that bishop is a bit better than the other bishop. Hard to say though.
Yeah, like black can consider going bishop D4, but this is where you need calculation, because after rook C7, if you block on D7, trade and rook E1, you
E5,
have to go E5.
only move.
Yeah, and somehow it starts to be a bit shaky, right? King F3.
Yeah.
So I suspect it's still a draw, but yeah, maybe something you don't want to do. In fact, so not bishop D4. But indeed, you don't need to. Like, you can put the bishop on F6 just for it not to be, not to be hanging in some various tactical lines. You put the rook on D7.
Yeah, I think the safest option is just to put the rook on D7 right now instead of moving the bishop.
Yeah, you can go rook D7. You can go bishop F6, then rook D7. Yeah. So it is very solid. Really depends on Goryachkina. If she wants to play, it's an equal position, don't get me wrong, but if any side's playing, I think it's white, so you can get the king to E2, you can then double the rooks somehow and imitate some play, where black still has to be precise not to allow any funny business. So if Goryachkina wants to try to squeeze it, she can prolong the game for a very long time. If not, then just... Yeah. Well, H5 played by Humpy. I guess just to, preparing for the bishop's endgames, like expanding here, having the pawns on the light squares. Also nothing wrong with it. Bishop G5, I guess you can just
D7.
Go rook D7, yeah. So this looks fairly drawish. Assaubayeva Tan, and a reminder, if Goryachkina makes a draw, then Tan desperately wants to win, to be within the striking distance going to the last round. Here, Assaubayeva kind of suggested maybe we'll make a draw, so he went rook E8, bishop E5 and back to C8.
Yeah.
But Tan didn't hesitate much, he captured on F6.
Okay, now how to capture it back, yeah? Because both are possible. The thing with queen takes is you allow any move, knight e5 comes at any point, but also that's probably the most natural capture actually for black.
Yeah, if you take with the pawn,
knight can go to f4, for example.
Knight f4, hitting this.
And if rook c6 and knight d5.
Knight d5.
So you have to play rook e8.
So knight here, sorry, bishop here, here.
But now it's a bit...
like black is so passive.
Yeah, it's
right?
so passive. You can give a check on g3 and then double up the rook on e1.
Yeah, I'll go to h4.
Or h4, yes. Only white is playing for win, in this position.
Also, like with this structure being as it is, you get the feeling that the knight on c4, which is like nicely placed, everything, but it doesn't do anything, right? Because kind of the main things are happening with like e6 pawn and black's king side potentially, right? So it's not a surprise Bibisara decides to recapture with the queen.
Yes, so queen f6, and
you can still try this like queen g3, rook e1, and then go from there. You can try knight e5, knight takes, rook takes. Remember the line that we were discussing, and then double, triple the rooks on the e-file and hope for it to be enough. There is no guarantee it will be enough because black has rook c6, king f7. This pawn can be defended countless times. But still, of course, some tension is there, and Tan Zhongyi will not agree a draw immediately. She will play.
She will
on.
keep playing, yes.
Yeah, so the position is kind of good enough to be played, and the tournament situation is such that she has to play.
Yep, I'll just quickly check on Divya versus Tsolakidou. After rook b8, there is still no move yet. So Divya has been thinking for more than half an hour.
She had 1 hour 36 after 2 more moves, knight a3, h3, and now it's the third move for her to play. She'll be down to like 40 minutes. Yeah, she really spent a lot of time here. And I'm wondering, could it be that we missed something, or I missed something?
There might be some critical line, yeah?
Well, one thing I'm thinking of is like bishop c6 and like trade the rooks and say my b pawn runs fast. It's very artificial, I understand. Like your rook is better than opponent's rook, right? So, but I'm just looking for, you know, kind of looking for something to calculate. Why would you spend so much time? Right. Otherwise, bishop c4 is one of your moves. Maybe bishop d7 or bishop d3 is the other. But you don't need to calculate much. Like you just. Okay, we'll see. So there is this game. There is Tan Zhongyi and Goryachkina. We've already mentioned Lagno with Paehtz. There was some simplification. Oh, quite an interesting turn. Look, after bishop b6, apparently there was this c5 that we were discussing, because computer was giving white some slight advantage. After Lagno's move knight a4, all of a sudden computer started to say, you know what, there is not much. But after black exchanges on e3 goes knight e8, it's once again computer kind of likes white, or was liking white before I switched there for the second time.
Yeah, to be honest, it's puzzling me actually. These choices of moves by Kateryna.
So why to have double pawns?
Not only that, but initially she showed her intention that she was playing for win, but then after these 2 moves, just simply trading the queens and the bishops, it looks like the position has been simplified into Elisabeth's favor.
There's still like some stuff connected with c5 which has to be evaluated, because again, exchanging these pawns, giving white a square on c5 would probably still be better for white.
She
So
moved knight
d5,
c3 back.
Knight c3 back. This feels strange, to be honest. Yes. Now I'm with you on this theory that she somehow lost a thread and doesn't know what to do in this position, to just hovering around. Knight c3. Well, maybe c5 is still an idea, but at some point. Oh, well, actually, yeah, maybe c5 is a serious idea.
Would you start just a move like f5 in this position?
f5, yeah, maybe. Well, ideally I would like to go f6, king here, but maybe it's too slow, and that's what I was thinking, like f6, c5 takes, and knight a4 again.
But what is the idea? If you want to play c5, oh, maybe there's d5, yeah? That's why.
So why she returns back? Yeah, because c5, d5. So knight c3 is called for stopping the, you know, the d5 move. And black somehow cannot really support d5. So I think the c5 will happen. The c5 will happen, and maybe that's why your f5 is actually a clever move. c5.
Oh, you know what is tricky in the current position after knight c3? I can try to play rook b4. It looks artificial, but it stops c5. I mean, it doesn't stop, I can take, but...
yeah, knight a4 and c4, or take this
Yeah,
guy.
take that one.
Yeah, rook b4 is a funny move, yeah. Because for white, it's not that easy to do anything with this rook on b4. Like, going a3,
b3
you have
falls,
to defend b3.
yeah.
So it may delay white's... maybe I go rook b1 and then a3, b4. Maybe that's what I'll be happy with.
This is also the trick, yeah? Because also black would like to provoke such a thing to happen. So maybe now it's the time to play f5 since the rook is on b1.
Yeah, a3.
And rook goes,
b7,
yeah,
I guess,
b7.
to be able to switch it over the 7th ring. But I don't know where this f pawn goes, to be honest. Like, if I go b4, Are we planning to take?
Or are we pushing it?
Are we pushing f4? Like even f4 can be ignored, you know. It's like I'm totally lost. Like I don't know what's going on in this game. All I know, Lagno cannot find the plan, and she's burning her clock. She's down to 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes.
And she already made 22 moves, so she needs 18 more moves in about 19 minutes. So like, okay, in average a minute a move, yeah?
Yeah, but again, there is no plan. That makes it problematic. Like imagine you've played c5 somewhere. Okay, I don't know, king g7, c5, this, and then you went knight a4 and you took, and all of a sudden the structure is finally defined. You know what, like play 10 moves, 20 moves in a row. You know everything. Like this is your open file, this is your outpost. Like with position being as it is, like it's hard to find places for the pieces. Also for black, like black doesn't know what to do. So it's sort of a standoff, though they're both maneuvering, and burning time.
Yeah, and also who is now a bit uncertain what to do is still Divya. Divya is still thinking, by the way.
Divya is still thinking. Yeah,
okay, we don't need to.
Very, very long think.
Yeah, we don't need to go to that game yet.
Let's check Munguntuul and
yes,
Salimova. What happened there? Queen f6, queen e2, queen e6 by Salimova. Rook a to d1. So,
what's the idea with queen e6?
I guess to prepare d5.
But you can also do that without queen e6,
yeah?
I'm still trying to understand this queen e6 idea.
Just playing a move, right? Maybe allowing bishop e5 so if the queen was in front of... Yeah, I'm not sure either. Like, why did you... why do you need specifically queen e6, right? I guess d5 is still possible. Yeah, white's active options are very, very limited. b4 never happens, c4 never happens because there's d4 always. So Salimova's position is kind of good, but again, there is no development of this game. Like for last 5 moves, we already knew this is how position is gonna look, and then they slowed down even more. And it would be nice to get some. You know what? This is not an idea here because there is still queen b1. Yeah, but I was thinking, could it be that this is something she kind of wants? She wants to play for some tactical tricks. Maybe still rook e5 and f4, right? But then again, you're right. Why would you move the queen to e6? To prepare f4 and next f5. Is there anything that makes us kind of exciting and want to calculate? Because here I don't really know. like
bishop e5.
Every move, bishop e5 played.
So it answers it.
Bishop e5. So she decided to keep this rook on the c file. The rook is not leaving. Okay. Bishop e5. I guess king h8, rook g8, and then we see. Yeah. Maybe rook is good on c5. It controls this. It stops bishop c4, and it also eyeballs the c3 pawn. So, like b4, you can always take on c3.
Yeah. Okay.
For white, it's not so easy to come up with the plan either, right?
No, not at all. Yeah.
So it's more of a like waiting game, play good positional moves and hope not to get checkmated. Maybe g3 and f4 next move. It's one of the options. I understand that kind of my structure loses flexibility, but maybe at least I stop black from playing f4. I feel like no big things will happen before the time trouble in this game. So they'll be spending time finding new quiet moves until... speaking of big things, Lagno just played Elisabeth Paehtz just played c5, which clarifies the structure a lot. And originally, to be honest, I was worried about this pawn. How does this pawn survive? I don't understand.
Let me try. Yeah, it's a double attack.
It's also the a7 pawn is yeah. So do you like?
Oh, just maybe. Hang on. I was thinking of a6, knight d6, rook d8, but there is rook d1.
Knight d6, yeah, rook d8 and rook d1 exactly.
How is it surviving then? Or maybe you're sacrificing this pawn?
I guess, but even then I don't see how to do it like properly. After knight b5, because this is hanging. Ah, wait a second. Could be clear. Rook b.
But doesn't
rook
really
here,
change anything.
Knight d6, rook d7,
Rook d1.
rook d1, knight d6, rook d6, and rook d8.
Ah,
because I
fortress.
thought, again, I'm not 100% sure, but I thought this could be a fortress.
Like a5, a3, yeah?
Yeah.
Or a3, a5, I mean.
a3, a5, and say both kings running here.
To c3?
Yeah, king runs to c3. I'm not sure how I'm keeping this one. Maybe I go f6. When I go b4, I just take, and sit and wait somehow. Still not the most convincing, of course, but I suspect it could be a draw. Like if I just shuffle the bishop, if b5, I quickly run here and stop it. If not b5, but takes on c5,
then it's just
then
a draw.
king c5 and again shuffle with the bishop. But again, there was absolutely no reason to do it with black. Even if she say calculated this line, it's a very long line, but even if she's calculated it, even if she's confident that the line works, I'm still doubtful it's...
Oh, there's another idea.
Yep.
Rook b7 is good. And after takes, rook d7. And here, after rook d1, you don't take the knight, but knight f6. And the knight is a bit paralyzed there. Next move is rook d8.
Knight f6, so you hit this. You hit this, so that if I move the knight away...
I'll take the rook first,
you'll trade,
and knight e4.
You'll take on e4. And, yeah, and let's say we play this position, right?
Yeah. Like there's a6, knight c3.
Yeah, if I don't move the knight, let's say I go bishop f3, then
rook
you just
d8.
pin.
But of course you have this king f2,
Then
king
you-
e2. But yeah, knight
yeah.
e8 is in time. But Lagno didn't do
plays
anything.
G4.
She plays g4.
What's happening?
I'm confused.
What is happening? g4 fighting against f5, I understand that. But you're not threatening g5, no. So that means black can play a6.
Also, in hindsight, you're blocking your own bishop.
Yeah.
Like even in the position like this, g5, like let's play g5 quickly.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then
g5, knight b5, and then in all of those previous
yes,
lines,
the same. We can
inclusion of
do
g4,
the same.
g5 is in black's favor. For
Exactly.
Sure.
Yes.
Right. So g5 is the move, but also a6 could be the
yeah.
move, just to stop knight b5, and it's not clear how white is making progress like at all. And then you go f6, you bring the king to e7, super solid.
g4. It's
g4 hard to explain. Seriously, it's
yeah.
hard to explain. You can go g5. You can actually go h6, and again, all the same lines. You know, there will be an extra target on g4, right?
Yeah. I don't know how to explain this, because already a few moves, like we cannot really understand what is Kateryna having in mind.
Yeah, we see some ways for her to play, which she refused to take. g4. We shall see.
Okay,
Divya eventually made a move.
And bishop e2. I think it also shows that she was unsure on what to play in this position. Bishop e2, what does it want?
I don't know. I seriously don't know. Bishop e2 is surprising. Because we were thinking it's bishop c4, right? And bishop e2 simply allows bishop f4, so now there will be no bishop's pair advantage. After bishop takes, knight takes. Now bishop c4 is not threatening at all, there is d5. Also b2 is hanging and h3 is hanging. So I guess you can once again try to run forward with the pawns.
Possibly.
Maybe this pawn is dangerous, you know what? Now I'm thinking maybe black doesn't have the time to say take on h3 because it's b5. I don't know how it runs forward then.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
Instead of taking h3, this comes my naughtiness. Knight d4.
And
the rook is on b8.
You wanted to checkmate me.
I want to checkmate you.
Yeah, so it's this. I guess b2 we want to save.
Yeah, before
we want to save, so before.
So if knight d5, yeah.
Knight d5, knight b5 maybe. But still, I'm not convinced. Then this is something for white. Maybe it is something for white because bishop c4 is a threat, I guess. All I know that while she was thinking for a long time here, computer was giving her almost a pawn advantage. And after bishop e2, bishop f4, computer says, you know what, it's equal. So my guess would be that bishop e2 is not the strongest move. And she also spent like almost 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Almost 40 minutes on this move, and I think that's universally, let's say, people agree on this, that there is a certain threshold after which, like if you spend more than a certain amount, X amount of time, that means it's not that you need it, but you're uncertain, you cannot clearly see what's happening. And yeah, like people come with different numbers. Some say 15 minutes
some
is
say
the maximum.
20,
yeah, 20. But yeah, like 40 minutes in the position where it's not that, it cannot be that complicated after all. That means probably you're uncertain what to do. Yeah, it's very rare. I think even Magnus mentioned one of the interviews that like he came up with this 15 minutes, I think, and once again, don't quote me on this, and he says like if I spend more, I know that I'm not at my best. Like so if I need to kind of return to line number 1 and double check it because I don't like line number 2, that means I'm not very not in the best shape. So bishop f4 back to being equal, at least according to the machine, but still complex. And Tsolakidou is down to 16 minutes for 16 moves to time control.
Exactly.
And we were having like a fantastic round with a lot of Sicilians. Are there queens on the board in any of the games? There are Tan and also Munguntuul.
Yes.
But everything is so quiet. Yeah, checking Tan Zhongyi again.
So after queen f6, queen g3.
Yeah, queen g3, queen f5, knight f2. Not the most expected. Knight g4. That's a threat. Check on h6.
King h8.
King h8, rook d e1. And again, something tells me that, that's a brilliant knight on c4, which doesn't do anything. It actually starts to be tricky.
Or maybe now it is the time to move the pawns since the knight is on g4.
Yeah.
I don't know which one to move first
A5.
before here. Yeah, I think it's very sound. And then if after knight e5, I think you can take. Rook takes and try to hold down the fort.
Yeah, the question is, do you go for the active play? Because
no, that's rook e6, yeah?
Yeah.
So you have to...
Here you have rook e6.
Or even rook d5 also possible.
And the back rank. And if you try to hold passively, I'm afraid this might not hold. Like rook e3, queen e1, and then the f-pawn. Or maybe like next move f4 and threatening f5. So that's...
Well, what about instead of queen f6, try to over the trade queen g6?
Queen g6, yeah, but I'm not forced to, right? I can go queen h4 and threaten Threaten rook d5.
But now...
Queen h4.
Okay, I'll play... What do I play here?
Yeah,
h6?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay, h6.
Yeah.
H6 I can still take.
Yeah, but then there is the...
Theoretically, I can still take, and do we really want to analyze this? Like a check here, here, here,
Queen.
check, here, here, white pawn up, but black has a passed pawn.
Yeah.
I believe like all of these endgames are draws, to be honest. Like when black has this pawn, it gets to a3 very fast, and then white has to come up with perpetual. h6, by the way, played even earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, not to have any problems on the back rank.
Yeah.
Okay, we shall see. Like, if I really want to, knight e3 guarantees me the exchange of knights, right? After knight e5, theoretically, you can think of b5, maybe? No, knight g6, yeah. Both knight e5 or knight e3 exchange the knights. All I see, computers happy for white, gives 0.7, so I'm thinking there could be some pressure.
What about the maneuver, for example, knight f2, h4, knight h3, knight f4, if...
Again, return to f4 once again.
Yeah, because h6 is already played, so you have some outpost there on g6 that you can go after.
Yep, maybe. We'll see what she's gonna do. All we know, yeah, black failed to get kind of a real counterplay. This pawn, which supposedly is white's weak pawn, like if you look at the structure, right, these pawns are representing the weaknesses for each side respectively. White has a lot of pressure on the e6, and c3, it's very hard, almost impossible to attack. So white's position is more active and kind of better overall. Goryachkina with Koneru.
Nothing much happened.
Well, I don't think anything happens after that one. Rook to c4, rook d7, rook e2, bishop d4 here, avoiding any kind of nonsense.
Ooh, what? Okay, I thought the board was empty. Okay, so Goryachkina left the board.
Took and rook c2. Yeah, doesn't matter what you do pretty much.
But maybe if you defend it passively, like rook d7 right now, white will use the time to play king f3, king e4. Although, of course, like it's pretty much
yeah,
equal.
I agree. Like this could be a bit. You can get into somewhat passive position, like rook c5 also. Yeah, but you don't have to go rook d7. Like one of the things to do would be rook b4, and then you just move the a pawn.
Or king f6.
You trade more dudes. Yeah. No, I mean, of course, yeah. You go king f6, you go g6, so that everything's protected, and then you just move the a pawn forward. Even a5, b5, a4.
Oh, Tan, listen to your advice then. She played knight e3. Try to clarify this knight on c4 and knight e3, rook e3.
Okay, knight e3, so knights are coming off the board.
Yep. Knight takes, rook takes.
Rook takes. Yep, she'll lift the rook, she'll put the queen behind it, and then we'll somehow try to advance the king side, maybe.
The Alekin's gun, yeah?
Yeah. Three heavy pieces in a row, so two rooks and the queen behind it. Yeah.
Okay. Still no moves in Divya versus Tsolakidou, but Lagno has made some progress.
Alright, g4, a6, b5 covered, there is no knight b5. h4, king to g7, rook a, d1. King g7 is a bit strange, but yeah, it's okay. Okay, I guess. Now I don't quite understand what Elisabeth wants. Because Lagno, from what I see, she just like make sure everything is solid. White can maybe improve the king a little bit by lifting to g3, but then pretty much just sits and waits. And black's king g7 is... maybe she wants to go to e7 without moving the f pawn. Maybe that's the point.
That's clever.
I probably wanted to go king f6 and king e7.
Yeah.
Because the feeling is like the king belongs to e7, right?
Yeah. And I think once the king is on e7, you can think about pushing the f pawn. Maybe it's not necessary, but it's one of the ideas. Yeah, I like this. You cannot really connect the rooks because the knight is stuck defending the pawn on d6, so you just maneuver your king like that.
You bring the king there, and then some rook b6, and eventually like move the knight.
But maybe after king f6 now, can white think about sacrificing the rook to d6?
Yeah, I was thinking, but
because
like,
there is knight d5 coming
our
up.
structure is kind of compromised, right? Yeah, maybe it represents some danger.
Yeah, knight d5, king goes back to g7 and take on a6.
Yeah, but if we have to trade,
Takes.
maybe
Takes, a4, rook b8,
yeah,
bishop
rook
d1.
B8, you have bishop d1. Yeah. But again, is white realistically playing for a win? Not really, I'm guessing. Yeah. So again, some sort of a standoff where white can't really do much of an active play, and neither black can.
Okay, I think we haven't checked Munguntuuls in a while, or maybe there are only
one
two.
Move.
One move.
Like we need 3 king to h8. Very slow middle game today. Seriously, like this position especially. This we had after like 15 minutes. So it's 2.5 hours, and it didn't change like much, to be honest. Bishop b5, king h8. Yes, we figured it out. Black is preparing some play on the g file. Now, for the first time, interestingly, for the first time in this game, or rather, in this game, for the first time in this game, computer's evaluation shifted in white's favor. So it's a very slight plus. It's 0.3. It's not something dramatic. But it was equal. At some point it was getting below 0, so slightly better for black. Now white starts to be interested in this position, if you trust the machine. Could it be because of
I think f3.
Because of some f3 thing?
King h1 is played. I think it's a bit too slow. But f3, I like that move.
Yeah, like f3, it's a very, very limited window of opportunity for f3, right? Because you put the queen on e3, so black cannot play d5. So you kind of ruin black's beautiful central setup with f2, f3. At least it seems so. Yeah, maybe there was a moment. Because king h1 is...
Let's say rook g8 now, because the idea of king h8 is to play rook g8.
Maybe
and whenever there's f3, there is a move queen g6 that white has to be careful of. Yeah, rook g8 I think comes very naturally in this position.
The other thing could be that you actually drop the rook back
to
be able to go d5.
If you drop the rook back, I'm thinking of g4.
Yeah, well, actually you're right. G4, f4, queen e4 could also be acceptable, especially if the rook is not on the 5th rank, right? So you cannot transfer it.
Rook g8 is on the board.
Rook g8.
Salimova just played it. Yeah.
Logical.
You wanna hit the pawn on g2, also preventing g4 maybe at some point.
One thing to do for white is to go bishop f1 simply. And defend the king side like this, bishop f1, and then if somehow black gets to attack h3, you just go attack h2, you just go h3. Again, both sides are so limited in active ideas. For now, almost want to say like the main characteristic of this position is opposite colored bishops, in a way that it's, it's dry and drawish. Maybe it's not exactly true, but for now neither side is able to create any meaningful threats.
Right. Okay, let's quickly circle back to Tan, because she just made...
Tan plays very fast, at least, and
Fast,
straightforward. Yes. No, seriously, I like this one. So she's not kind of hovering around, so she plays very straightforward, as if she knows this plan works for her. We do not know if it works or not, but... Okay, Queen d6, just kind of going in, making it uncomfortable. Well, some Rook e5 in some cases.
Yeah, Black has to defend this position all the time because of the pawn on d6.
One other idea that I'm noticing, which is of course far less straightforward, but in some cases,
Yeah,
c4, pawn
d5.
takes d5. Yeah. Or maybe move the queen back, go c4, take back the pawn on c4 with the queen, and then go for d5.
I think when such a position happens like this, Tan and Goryachkina, they have similar style of playing.
Yeah, they play unpleasant move, they play relatively fast, and they kind of not letting you off the hook very easily. Right. And for Assaubayeva, I'm guessing like she has to invest maybe a little bit more time here.
But she has only 13.
Yeah, she has 14 minutes or something. Yeah. What I wanted to say, like, you invest some time here, you figure out kind of the way you are standing in this position. I don't think Black has any active idea, and then you just like follow your recipe, because if you will be looking for a move on every move, then it's even more dangerous in terms of time trouble. Like, so you think, yeah, if White triples on the e file, let's say, I keep the queen on f7 for whatever reason. If White goes for c4, I have to react such and such. Then you just like you play, yeah, queen d6. Honestly, in practical terms, very annoying position. Very, very.
A move just made, queen f7.
Queen f7. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
You can do this as well. a4, and this one is almost like from some Dvoretsky book. a4, then queen a3, then a5, and you create the second weakness.
Yeah, unpleasant position for Bibisara here. And we have 3 king moves happen in the game between Lagno versus Paehtz. So, Paehtz, literally listen to your move here.
King f6, king g2, king e7, king g3. 4 moves now. 4 moves with the kings.
But to be honest, I also don't see any ideas for White here. Maybe White is just happy to make a draw or what? Like just
I guess.
Wait.
It's very hard to. I don't see like how on earth White is supposed to break through. Like a3, b4, really? No.
But what about?
It's a standoff. You just wait. Yeah?
What about? Okay, including the rook on f8, but it's hard.
Going f5 for Black, I don't think it's recommended. Even if, let's say, you do not lose material immediately, you're opening like files and diagonals for White more than for yourself, I think. So it's more about, like get this rook, maybe f6, rook f7, somehow jump over this king. But even then, it's hard to imagine. Yeah, I think it might be this rare instance of mutual fortress with all the pieces on the board. It's not impossible, but it is hard for either side to try to open the position, and can be counterproductive, can be risky, in fact. King g3. Yeah, what I would do, I would probably play f6. Like, I just don't see a reason not to. 6 and just go on from there. Position is equal according to the machine.
Yep, and there's no moves after bishop f4 in the game between Divya.
Nowhere.
But let's get back to Goryachkina versus Koneru, because
these girls are playing.
I need your insight here, because it feels
Rook
like
d7. What? King f3 e5.
Because it feels like White is just going to be better.
well, maybe not, because she's planning to go king e6. Like after king e4, she probably plans to go king e6. But
And rook d4 is coming,
I do
yeah?
not like all that, to be honest. I seriously. Like e5, I don't know. It just feels to be wrong.
Or maybe just play king e3 here.
King e3 or king e2.
And then rook
yeah,
c8, yeah?
Here and rook c8, yeah, and start attacking the pawns. Yeah, it could be that this like absolutely innocent rook endgame. You know, you play a couple of moves, like couple of precise moves more, and then all of a sudden. But this is how people lose endgames, right? So that you think there's nothing going on, play a couple of careless moves, and it's still a draw. But you have to be a bit more attentive, and then you play another couple of silly moves, and now it's a draw with like only one line. And then you don't find this line. Yeah, we are far, far away. For the time being, we are far, far away from that scenario. Black, of course, has like all the chances to make a draw, but still, like last couple of moves, going back to d7 and e5, there was no need to do it.
Yes. I think let's give the players some time to think here, because I see no moves on other positions as well.
Yeah, the game's almost kind of got stuck, but they are getting low and low on time, right? So maybe a break now, and we are coming back to witness all the time troubles, and we really hope for some action during the time trouble stage. Otherwise, it'll be a very, very long day in the office with not much happening.
Right, so yeah, don't go anywhere, stay tuned, because all the games, we suspect that they are going to give us some actions in the next hour, so we'll be back shortly.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨局中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋和下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. Be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone, and going into the third hour of the event, round number 8. Every game is still ongoing right now, and probably one of the games that we were waiting for things to happen, it's in the game between Divya versus Tsolakidou. So let's check it out.
Yeah, well, Divya came to this game very well prepared, and then something inexplicable happened because, spending 40 minutes on bishop e2, then after bishop f4, you have strictly one move, then she spent another bunch of time, went back to b5, where it originally was, d5, rook d7, and king to g7. What's interesting, computer completely changed its opinion, and now it says black is much better. So I'm guessing simply because the king is gonna get to e6, and white somehow got stuck here with his pieces, like the bishop on b5 blocks access to b2, knight defends the bishop, right? The king potentially is in danger if the rook gets on the last rank. The h-pawn can be picked at some point. I'm thinking, can it be that the king actually... f7 is hangy. But in some cases, there have been instances where the king simply kind of runs forward. White has played b4, and after b4, what happens after b4? King f6, right? No, wait, king e1. It was king e1, king f6, and then b4. I almost want to say some d4, rook c8, and try to attack, which probably isn't right because king d2, but the fact that I have such thoughts wait a second, there is rook a8. You can activate the rook like this. Rook a8, knight c2, rook a2. I don't know. I don't like it for white.
Yeah, it looks like white stops her own ideas, because
the pawn is not moving.
The pawn is not moved, and then also there is the potential of the outside pass pawn for black with this h-pawn later.
If you have the time to pick h5, h3 and return back, then the h-pawn runs very fast. That's, by the way, could be one of the ideas. You just move the pawn forward.
Yeah, Miro, can we switch first to Lagno and Paehtz? It's gonna be the end of the game, so let's have the video of it.
Wait a second. So they are repeating after all, because during the break we were secretly hoping for them to repeat. Knight a4, knight f6. They've repeated once. Bishop f3, rook h8, knight a4, rook g8, knight c3, rook h8, and I think
so I think Paehtz claimed the threefold repetition.
They've already called the arbiter
because they're still on move 34, so legally they couldn't offer any draw. But if there is any repetition happening on the board, it's
kind of doesn't agree from the body language that I can read.
No, but she repeats too.
The thing is, I do believe that after... she does repeat knight c3 and you... So the claim is that after rook h8 the position is repeating for the third time.
Yeah, with this rook and with the knight as well.
Knight c3. So this was the position after bishop f3, rook h8, knight c3, rook h8, and one more time knight c3. So yes, if rook h8 is the move that Elisabeth Paehtz written down on her score sheet, it is a threefold repetition.
Yeah, so I think for Elisabeth, the last two games, if this one, that the arbiters agreed that this is a draw, then she drew against Koneru yesterday.
Yeah, Koneru and Kateryna
Lagno. It is not so bad. I mean,
not so bad, but she lost quite a few, on the starting rounds.
And tomorrow she's playing against Divya.
Yeah, she'll have white against Divya, so at least kind of managed to stop the bleeding, as we call it.
I don't know what's they're checking. It looks very obvious that it's a 3-volt, no?
Well, arbiters need their time to check, I guess. Yeah, for us it seems.
And there's a shake hands there, and it's unofficial. So Lagno and Paehtz, they draw the 8th round.
So that's our first result. That's our first result after 3 hours of play. First result is a draw for Lagno and Elisabeth Paehtz. Divya, back to Divya and Tsolakidou. Rook A8 was played. And Rook A2, King D2. However, it dropped the evaluation, so apparently something stronger was available for black. And I wonder what that was. Could have been, you know, just move the pawn forward. H5, because what I've realized that if this was to happen, then you can go D4, Rook B4, and it looks almost winning, because like the white pieces are really poorly coordinated, and the D pawn is not dangerous at all. It can always be stopped. So for D2, black is still better according to the machine, but you know, not as much as it could have been. You should probably just like.
But D5 is hanging. Oh,
yeah,
F2 is
and you
hanging.
take F2. And shoot is not the right word, but you could go for this, and then I guess both sides are pretty much all in by this point. White has 2 connected pass pawns, black has 3. White has the bishop, which normally is better at stopping the passed pawns. Black pieces are very active. There are like some tactical tricks with rook takes c2, knight e3. Yeah, it's one of the options to make the game entertaining and wild by simply capturing these 2 pawns. Or again, it's well, you can just like first move the pawn to h4, see what white's gonna do, and only then.
Knight takes h3.
Knight takes h3 played. Yeah, knight takes h3. White has no choice but to take, I guess.
Yes, and I think after knight takes f2, there's bishop c4. You have to be prepared of rook c2, knight e3.
There is bishop c4, rook c2, king c2, knight takes.
I think king goes to
going
d2.
d3. The d2 I might consider taking the bishop. So king b3, knight d5, bishop d5, and this is exactly the situation we were talking about. So that black is a pawn up, but the bishop, you know, is much better than the knight in this situation. So it might be white who is better.
Divya didn't do that. She played bishop c6.
After knight h3, she played bishop c6. Okay.
So she's focusing on the b pawn too.
She wants, and she also wants to take d5 with the bishop in this case, where f7 is hanging, the rook is hanging, and the bishop stops e4. So that's a monster bishop.
Makes sense, yeah.
Monster bishop in this case. We'll see. At least it's getting very, very tricky. They're also very, well, not very close, but getting closer and closer to the time control. Move 32. Move 38 for Tan Zhongyi and Assaubayeva. So this game definitely passes the time control.
But the game Munguntuul Salimova, they're still a bit far away to the time control.
Yeah, wait a second. I want to check this one, Tan Zhongyi with Assaubayeva. This will be our longest game of the round, almost sure. Rook EF7.
Yeah, inviting rook takes e6, but then
rook
queen
e6,
f3.
Queen f3 would be fine for black, but white doesn't have to do it. Can play rook f2, for instance.
But then you're not pressuring e6 anymore.
Yeah, later on queen d6 and f4, these kind of things. Yeah, maybe Bibisara is right. Maybe there is not much white can do. Also now, without this knight, this is your time to go b5, a5, b4, undermine the d4 pawn defender.
Yep. Let's see, Munguntuul Salimova.
Munguntuul with Salimova, not much is going on. Rook g1, g3, rook g8, g3, rook g to c8. Also looks like more of a defensive setup to me. So just attacking c3 as many times as possible. I don't think black is planning to sacrifice on c3, right? So it's more just like to stop b4 from happening ever. Also defends the rook so that after f3 you have this move d5. If f3 was to happen, then you'd have d5.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Salimova is now down to 9 minutes, so and 13 moves to go.
13 moves to go. Yeah. Well, on the other hand, like white doesn't have that many active options. So you watch out for f3.
Mm-hmm.
You, I guess, have to be ready for f4, but this is only good if it wins the pawn immediately, which it does not. Like f4, let's say bishop f6, and this is the moment you take something. You cannot take d6, so that means f4 is not great. So all I'm saying, like, if black wanted to just wait for the time control, it's almost like you can go rook c7, rook c8, or king g7, h8, g7. The price of each move is not that high for black. So Divya Deshmukh is perhaps the most interesting now.
Yep. Yeah, because this endgame is kind of almost full of calculation right now.
Yeah, that's really a three-result game right here at now. Yeah. Okay, bishop c6 gives you the chance to go back to f4 also.
Yeah. Let's do a race here. So bishop takes, let's say.
Maybe you don't need
or
to.
maybe
Maybe
b5.
just go b5.
Okay, if b5.
I don't even know what I have to do.
Is there a time to play d4 here?
And if takes.
Actually, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, no, wait. b5.
Or rook b2. But rook b2 king c1. Not d3 though. So maybe rook b2, stopping the
Yeah,
big
maybe
pawn.
rook b2 or what? I mean, one thing is you can play rook b2 one move later. b7 h4, rook d8 h3. Ah no, the pawn can be stopped. Yeah, it's just to illustrate. It's a queen. Rook takes, I thought h2, but then too many ways. Rook h8 possible, rook b1 possible. Knight to e7 played by Tsolakidou. Also makes sense, it's a move with the tempo, and then if you exchange everything, she's planning to grab yet another pawn on f2. Also forces the bishop to get exchanged, right?
Yeah. Yeah, knight e7, yeah, helps the situation to stop the pawn.
Is b5 a move? Like, knight takes, pawn takes, I understand we've doubled the pawns, but it's getting, like, it's far advanced, right?
No, after b5, I think you can just take on f2, because
so
the pawn cannot move.
Yeah, you're right. So you take on f2, you're threatening knight e4. Yeah, b5's not great. I guess white has to take on d5. And then you take, and you take f2. White goes b5, and it's a mess. Maybe it's not a mess, you know. Check. Here and check. And just a perpetual from e4 and f2. And it's not because I'm making stuff up and I want this to finish in a draw, but it could be risky for black as well to continue because the pawns are much further advanced. Okay, remains to be seen. Computer has it as equal now, so it's not impossible. That's the line where black achieves the perpetual check. Goryachkina Koneru, we didn't check in a while because we thought it was just an equalish
rook
endgame. And I guess it is, yeah. I guess it is. White has slightly better structure, but how do you win it? It's literally impossible.
And yeah, there's been some hovering around in the game between Tan versus Assaubayeva.
Yeah, Tan defends f3, Assaubayeva gets queen g6. By the way, the evaluation kind of dropped a little for Tan Zhongyi. She was almost a pawn up according, well, not the pawn up, but almost +1 according to the machine. Now it's reduced to 0.50.
So probably the critical line here is f4. Like what to do after that?
Maybe do nothing. How do I do nothing in this position? I guess b5 or something.
And let's play rook e5.
e5, a5.
Okay.
Even you want f5 eventually.
Yeah, f5 takes with the pawn later.
Takes with the pawn, and white takes with the pawn. But can I take?
Oh, possibly.
I can just take.
You can take. Yeah. So But it looks just nice to have the pawn on f4, the rook
Yeah,
on
I'm
e5.
thinking maybe we go queen e5 first, or kind of to make the queen active, and then...
Oh, I know what to do.
There's also h-pawn, right?
I know what to do. After that position, rook e5, you play queen e3 first.
Where? So we go f4.
f4, b5, rook e5, what, a5, queen e3.
Yeah, and threaten this, and after rook f6...
Yes, and now think.
King g3, move the h-pawn. Yeah, well, there is something to do for white, but it seems that black is holding nonetheless. Bibisara's down to 3-4 minutes, but also it's only, what, only one move left before they reach the time control. So everything, apart from Lagno Paehtz, everything passes the time control, I'm guessing, and we will see a long day today.
Well, the game Nurgyul Salimova is still going on, and then they still have to make 12 more moves with 8 minutes left each.
Yeah, but the position, as we agreed here, the position is not very... Oh, wait a second. Bishop a6, rook c7. Can go bishop b5. Can go bishop b5 and repeat. If she wanted to. One thing to do for white would be to go bishop f1 and to h3, so at least to have a real target for this bishop, which is f5 pawn. Because bishop on b5, yes, it cements the queen side, but it doesn't do much apart from that. So maybe if white wanted to play on, maybe bishop f1, bishop h3 is an idea. Still believe it has to be equal. Goryachkina, meanwhile, puts the rook on b8, so the black rook cannot leave the 7th rank now, but is it enough? No, I don't think so. Black can just like shuffle the rook on the 7th rank, and it should be okay.
Okay, so probably we can no more moves from other games as well, but I think we can switch back to Divya versus Tsolakidou.
That's the most kind of the most exciting. Divya still has the time to think here, but what exactly do you do apart from capturing on d5 is a big question.
Probably. What about king? Move the king. Oh no, bishop is hanging.
Yeah. Well, technically it's not, because there is rook d6, right? I'm not saying it's a great achievement, but remember the line that we were discussing. Like, I can actually go b6. No, I cannot. There's a check, and then you take. And there was also knight c5. No, I'm so bad at chess. But all I'm saying, like, theoretically, you could allow knight c6, rook d6, if you find something meaningful to do, which is not easy. I think, yeah, it's not that I love bishop d5. I don't see another move.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, what doesn't she like about bishop takes d5? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this. Knight
takes rook
f2.
takes. Knight takes f2. Oh, what about rook a5?
Rook a5. But you still can do this, right? It's still a draw. Knight e4, knight f2.
Yeah. Also, rook b2 is fine actually. King c1, knight d3.
Yeah.
I mean, the rook is not trapped.
Yeah, check. But after this check, like, what do you even do? King d3, right? And then knight
f2.
f2.
At the very least. But okay, let's try for black to play for a win now. I'm going to try.
You mean after that?
Yeah, after that.
Yeah, maybe after rook a5. Yeah, rook b2. b2 c4 though.
They have to play.
I want to go Well,
Okay,
here there is knight
d1.
f1.
Okay, let's play
Maybe
d5, h5,
h5,
yes.
h4, h3. Yeah.
Let's make a race here.
Tricky. So here
c5.
h4, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because c6, the king is still in a square.
No, it's okay. Just keep going because eventually I'll have this knight e4, I guess. Knight e4, knight d6. Or maybe I'm too late.
No. That's. Oh, who knows? Yeah, check here.
No, I'm too late.
No.
I'm too late. So yeah, better move the king. And oh, bishop d5. Finally it
bishop
happens.
d5, knight d5.
And knight
rook
takes f2.
d5, knight takes f2. So looks like rook a5 is a draw. Also b5. I'm not sure if black has better anything better than just like go knight
c4 is on the board.
C4 at least avoids a draw, I wanted to say. Yeah, it does, yeah, because now check king d3, check king c3.
Yep.
So there is no more draw. But also c-pawn is not running as fast, and probably you start by going there. h5, c5, let's say h4. c3, h3, c7.
And then rook a8. Oh,
rook 8, rook c8, right. Yeah, I thought to make it entertaining.
Queen c3.
Queen c3. Okay, I don't have much of a choice. I have to go here, and then it's a check and a checkmate, and same with the king on e6. Yeah, so I cannot go for this line.
I mean, do not keep
at
pushing.
Some point, yeah, at some point I will have to pay attention to the c-pawn, right? Okay, h5 could be fine.
I think now you can play king e6 here.
After this
and
check,
king e7.
King e7 and knight e4 is a threat,
yes.
Right? Yeah, and the king stops the c-pawn in case rook b6 or something. Still confusing. Still very confusing, to be honest. Move 35. You know what? You can actually start by going king e6. No, she goes h5. She goes h5.
So if the other pawn push b5, what is the difference? There's at least rook b2, yeah? But whenever king goes to c1 or c3, the knight cannot give a check.
This.
And maybe now rook b2 with a tempo.
Rook b2 with a tempo, and if rook b5
takes, knight e4, knight d6.
No, wait, you can
even start with knight e4.
You can even start with a check. Maybe it's a little bit more precise. Who knows? Nah, probably not. Yeah. Anyway, rook takes, pawn takes, check.
Knight e4.
King e3,
knight
d6. But king is in the square here as well.
But c5.
You're gonna go knight b7, yeah.
Yeah, but c5 is on the board right now, and we were discussing king e6 probably is the move.
h5, c5, yep. Well, to be honest, it's not impossible to blunder this queen c3, queen e5 trick, right? Wait a second. White in this final position, white really relies on queen c3. So why don't we run? And then in this position where white has a queen, why don't we go knight e4 check first? And king cannot go to the first rank. King can go to d3 or e3. Let's say d3 for now. And h1 queen. Could it be that black is winning?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have, if you don't have a checkmate, then black will have a checkmate.
Yeah, king g7, that's it. There's no more check after that.
This is covered. So you basically have two checks, queen to c6 or queen to d8. And then queen d8, king g7, or queen c6, king g7.
And there is no more check.
You run out of checks, your king is exposed.
That's the brilliant line, I would say.
Yeah, let's see, because that's for the first time during this 8th round, I'm getting somewhat excited because if this will be played, this compensates for like there are some boring games. Let's not point fingers, but yeah, if this materializes, that's super cool.
Wow. Staffy is thinking about it for sure, but you also have to include this idea knight e4 in your calculation, because if now she decides to play h4, it means she saw this, and she did.
Yeah, she does. Okay, let's see.
h4.
Let's
Wow,
see.
I'm getting
amazing.
excited too.
That's
What's gonna
amazing.
happen here?
Because I think like over here, maybe white still had kind of alternatives, right? After h5, c5, h4. I think white is too late to kind of try stop the h-pawn. So this line's kind of bound to happen. The rook cannot really reach the h-pawn. You can go rook d8, but then king g7. And yeah, you can still insist on like kind of trying to stop the pawn, but then the other, this is how you lose without even having a chance, right? I think like the pawns will just promote.
And at some point, the rook can be thrown back to a8, if possible.
If your rook is kind of deflected there, then black can also stop the c-pawn. Yeah, so h4. And again, let's check again. So c6, h3. Now there is absolutely no way back. So c7, h2. And you have to do it in this order, because if you give a check now... Oh wait, you can actually. You actually can.
By the way, let's quickly jump to Goryachkina versus Koneru, because we might be seeing the end of the game.
Are they repeating?
They are repeating, and they already passed move 40.
So king f5, check here, king here, rook here.
And king f5 again.
King f5 again, so Goryachkina can claim, I think, right?
Yeah, if she does rook f8 again. I mean, they don't need to claim because they already passed move 40.
Yeah, but she kind of got an extra half hour, so there is no rush.
Yep.
Yeah, we just keep in mind that there can be a repetition, and still we did not expect much from this rook endgame. Tan Zhongyi Assaubayeva reached move 40 without changing the position too much. She went queen d6, attacking the 6 pawn, but that's about it. So Nurgyul Salimova f4 was played, so this has changed. White played f4, but then black will be speculating on this d5, d4 break pretty much till the end of the game, like preparing, putting rooks on the d file, trying to break through. So this will go a long way. Divya with Tsolakidou.
Yeah,
we absolutely must watch this one.
Yes.
It's an exciting game. Computer still says it's a draw, so our line is probably not entirely correct. So there is still the way for white to kind of survive this. But you never know what it is. Like it could be some like stopping the pawn with some tricky maneuver.
But it's practically it's hard. It's harder for white actually in this position, because for black you just want to keep going with this pawn.
c6 played. Okay. H here. c6. It's better for black after c6. So I presume our line is correct. Once again, queen on c8 and then knight e4, quadruple exclamation mark, whatever. There's no... Okay, king e2 theoretically is also possible, but I don't see what it changes. So e3, e2, well, the king goes somewhere. Let's describe it like that. h1 queen, and thanks to this brilliant knight's position, which covers d6 and c3, black king is safe, and we cannot say the same about the white's king. On the other hand, do we... There's no checkmate threat, like even if black is to move. So maybe white has some... Yeah, that's a wild game anyway.
But when this happens, they will pass move 40 and...
c6, h3 played.
Okay. Yeah, h3 is already played. I think Divya has to go with this line, yeah? c7, h2.
Seems so. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's clear she has calculated till, yeah, like kind of miss knight e4. It's almost clear. because the way she went for it, she was reliant on this queen c3 and queen e5 and rook d8 checkmate. But knight e4 changes everything. 3. Now there is no way of stopping the h-pawn, so c7 is pretty much the only move. This is
Rook
not
d8.
the move, right? It's rook d8, h2 takes, h1
Just queen, yeah?
c8 queen, check here, check here.
Oh, I
no
think
more
even
checks. Oh, okay, there's check for
there's
d1.
another check as well. Yeah, yeah. I think it's fine. I mean, this position, you have to play c7 and h2.
Of course, yeah.
Can I see the position again after king e3? c7 h2.
Yes. I'm trying to understand. Is it more precise to give a check on e4 here? Because I don't think you can go to e3.
Because takes on c2, yeah.
Because takes on c2 looks winning. This looks winning for black, right?
There's rook c5.
Rook c5, yeah, but like takes c5.
Takes.
Go h2.
c8.
Queen. Queen. I guess this should be winning. Queen c6.
Queen c6 first.
Queen c6. Yeah, but queen c6 I go here.
Queen
right?
e4.
Queen e4, queen g1, and pick up the c5. I guess that, yeah, that's a longish calculation, but maybe even like not a lot of mistakes.
c7 is on the board.
c7, yeah, c7 has to be played. So now knight e4 now or h2. So I was assuming knight e4 you kind of forced to go king d3. Then the benefit for black is that in this position you actually have a threat of queen f3, right? So that this could be kind of slightly more precise than giving a knight e4 check on the next move. So that's why I wanted knight e4 here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Am I just blundering heavily? Wait, h3, c7, yeah, I think so. Knight e4, king c1.
Ah, rook d1 is
h2
there.
and rook d1. Oh, I mean, it's still unclear because I'm stopping the pawn and then you're stopping the pawn. Anyway, it didn't happen. h2 played. Now computer says it's equal.
Okay.
So I assume knight e4 was the move, or maybe computer shifts its evaluation. We also don't know how deep the engine behind the evaluation bar is. Once again, we are not using the engine lines. All we use is the evaluation bar, which gives us a number, and then I'm speculating what could it possibly mean. Somewhat surprised she's posing here.
Is there any other move apart from c8?
That's what I'm wondering. Well, crazy enough,
It doesn't work. I was trying to calculate.
No, c8.
c8, yeah.
C8
And now
queen.
knight e4.
Knight e4 played a tempo, so she spotted this idea of queen c3, of course. Knight e4, and this is move 39. So on move 40, Divya has to decide where the king is going.
Yeah, she has enough time to calculate this for a little bit. King d3, king e3. What about king e2? Yeah, I mean, doesn't feel like it. It feels like
king e2, like you leave the knight unprotected and like a lot of checks. Yeah, if anything, I feel like king e3 is the move you play after this check. Meanwhile, Goryachkina did not repeat. Has played f2, f3. She wants the game to go on for a little bit longer, and we all understand it's probably nothing will happen, but the game is still with us. This one, it's a knight to e4 check, and a king move and h1, and they will be out of time trouble. Half hour will be added to each player's clock.
And on the other game, Munguntuul Salimova, you're right, d4 finally happened.
Yeah. Tan Zhongyi Assaubayeva, they've reached move 40 without changing the position much, so I guess this will go on longer. You can once again restore this pressure on the e-file by putting the other rook on e2, and maybe return to this plan with a4, queen a3, a5 and so on. But anyway, that's a longer game. So Munguntuul with Salimova c4. What is that?
Yeah, that's very curious decision to make.
Yeah, rook d2 here, c4. So if pawn takes, I get it. Bishop d7. I guess if d4, and which by the way was the move Salimova has played. Rook d4, bishop d4, queen d4 is on the board. King has to go, and there will be bishop d7. I guess that's the whole point. But
well, who's better after that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Could she be blundering this, or okay? After bishop d7, you have to take on.
Yeah, you'll take on c4.
But there's queen f6, so it's not very clear.
King h7.
And also.
Or king g8 maybe. Maybe king g8.
King g8, yeah, king g8 is better. So because also after king h7, there is all of this idea queen c4, takes c4, and then takes f5 first with a check, and then takes c8. But yeah, king g8, I think.
Still feels so drawish, to be honest. Like, trade here,
rook d5.
Equal material. Yeah, well, the e-pawn needs to be taken seriously, but other than that, yeah, like rook d5. I think in order not to lose, you have to go for the second rank maybe and just attack this dude. At some point, move the e-pawn.
Oh, but you have to stop this if. Let's say you play a rook a5 here, then after e3, it's almost GG.
Nah, rook e5.
Yeah, e2.
King g1.
Ah, sorry, king g1 is in time. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all drawish, honestly. Like, maybe white in some, like, miracle scenario has 3 versus 2, like, manages to take the f5 pawn and these are getting traded. It's just a dead draw with 3v3. So it is getting a little bit exciting here.
Rook takes c4.
Rook takes e4? Rook takes e4 is different. So now, bishop e6. Rook takes d4.
You can take f7 first, yeah?
You can take f7 first, king f7, rook d4, but then there is like a check thing. And it's not even clear if... Wait a second. Yeah. Check. King h3.
King f1, let's do king f1.
King f1, yeah?
Yeah.
King f1. Then take this.
Then rook d5,
d5, king e6, take
check
this.
First?
Maybe.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, it's a good check. Rook h2, and again, should be. And then you give this check and cut the king. So we can go on and on and on, but it's, now computer says it's absolutely drawish. So we have 2 rook endgames like this.
But after rook c4, can you do something else?
Can you do some... well, actually, you're absolutely right. You can move the queen, right? Somewhere. In order to pick up the rook on c8.
The funny thing is, if you play queen a7 here, there might be rook d8. And then if bishop takes, you take the rook. And then you play... I think it's almost mated or something.
But yeah, you can go here as well.
You can go there as well, right? So I mean, it's very important to move the queen on the right square if the queen moves.
No, you have to take, I guess, because even if, let's say, I don't have any tricks, I just move and I'm... no, I wanted to say pawn up. I'm not pawn up. Anyway, it's already passed. Bishop e6, rook takes d4, bishop takes f7, I guess.
Yes, already happened. King f7, rook d4.
d4.
Yeah, 2 more moves for Salimova to enter the time control.
30 seconds for 25.
Okay,
rook
give
check.
2 rook checks.
Rook check. What? Yeah, rook check, king g2, and give another check. And king g1 is also Maybe even a safer option to keep this one defended. And only when you play e3, then I can go king f1, so the pawn is...
Yeah, and rook
pawn's not
c2,
promoting.
and they pass the time control. So yeah, all the games, they already passed the time control. And I think I have to highlight the game of Divya versus Tsolakidou, because I'm just imagining in this position Divya is thinking and she already gained 30 minutes. Imagine if this position she is on the move 39.
Yeah, that would be crazy. So look,
So
after
many things to
94 she
calculate.
did play king e3. She did play king e3. So that means, once again, back to me kind of pushing this theory that maybe in 94 one move earlier was more precise, because king e3 would be impossible.
Yeah, but then we saw king c1, yeah?
Yeah, but then it's, once again, it's not the end, right? Because this...
And then rook
you
d1.
do this, and I can stop it, I guess.
Yeah, and then we have to trade that c7 pawn with the h2 pawn. I don't think you have time to do a b5, do you?
That's three. I don't know.
With knight
I
f.
do not know.
Yeah, there's knight f2.
It's all crazy.
Yeah,
you know.
lots of calculation here.
Rook a8. Ah, you mean we have to go here, right? But then this.
Yeah.
This. This. King b2, maybe. Maybe still it's closer to a draw, even though black is a pawn up. But yeah, the pawn once again will be ran forward, supported with the king. So it might be a draw still.
What about?
I'm not necessarily saying that this is a draw. I don't know.
Yeah. What about Tan versus Assaubayeva?
I don't think they make any progress. They're just like hovering around.
At one point, Assaubayeva was actually looking at the score sheet, probably thinking there might be some
so
repetition.
they're like going in circle
Yeah.
with this queen. Yeah, queen d6, rook e8, rook e2, queen f6. Yeah, the thing is you cannot really take e6.
If white wants to play for win, yeah, I think at some point white has to start pushing the pawns, but probably there's no good time to do that.
Yeah, once again, over here there was an interesting option to try to open the second front.
And by the way, she just did it. A4 is on the board.
A4's on the board, but
A bit too late, but
nah,
probably
I don't know
should
if
be
it's
fine.
too late. Like something that I don't like, that we played g4, and then we have a weakness on f3. Like in all these lines, like we almost taking e6, but we don't because f3 is hanging. So with the pawn on g2, for instance, this position we would just take e6. And now black always speculates on some like, okay, I'll take your f3. Like for instance, even move like rook c8 is possible in this position. I don't know if it does something, but yeah, rook c8, if rook e6, queen f3, if queen e6, then trade e6, takes c3. a4 is the good move anyway. Kind of not only planning to, in some cases, planning to weaken the queen side, but also stopping b5 for now. Computer gives 0.7, so more than half a pawn white's advantage. Still relatively tricky to play. Let's move 42. Never-ending round today, I feel like.
Yeah, it looks like everything went so fast at first, but then slowing down a lot.
Slowing down a lot, and we have couple of rook endgames. Goryachkina with Koneru is still absolutely equal. Or is it? Now I'm thinking what to do for Koneru. Maybe go king e7, attack the rook, because I thought if this...
Even g4 is...
Yeah, I was
should
thinking
be.
g4, but then again... First of all, you probably don't need to take, yeah? G4.
No, takes fine.
Yeah, but you can also get rook d4. And
Because of the takes rook h7, like...
yeah, takes rook h7 is also... Yeah, you just like decrease the number... Doesn't matter what white do, it just like decreases number of pawns, right? So g5 here takes, this takes... And Now all of a sudden black is more active.
Yeah, that's a bit too risky to play. Yeah, king g7, king e7. I think both are fine. Even king e6, yeah?
Yeah, that's what we...
As long as you don't play rook f7. Or maybe... I mean, I don't want to go to this pawn endgame.
Yeah, that's a strange, even strange thing to think about. Even if it might be, this particular one might be kind of an easy draw, because you go here and you just wait, yeah? But why do you need it?
Yeah,
right?
just keep the rook on the board.
Because with rooks, you know it's a draw by a serious margin. Here, you make one mistake, especially if there is some opposition and you count tempi on the other side. Make one little mistake and it's immediately lost. I mean, why do you need this? Right, just keep playing sensible moves.
All right, Miro. I think the players have gained 30 minutes on the clock and they start thinking longer right now. Some of the games, like for example, Divya Deshmukh, it's entering another critical phase of the game. Some clarified a little bit, but let's take our break because probably...
This is a long day today.
It's a long day
today in the office, and moreover, usually when they pass the time control, for the next half hour, not much is happening. Right.
That's usually how it's going.
If we miss a couple of moves during this break, it will be in this equally rook games, and I really hope Divya's game will be still on. So that's the most exciting game of round 8, and we will be back at it after a few minutes.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到家赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. Be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hello, welcome back everyone. And round 8 is still in progress. 4 games are still ongoing right now. Only one game already finished. That's between Lagno versus Paehtz. They repeated the moves and they agreed to make a draw. And meanwhile, there's some progress in the game between Divya versus Tsolakidou.
Wait a second. I think we just gotten a draw in Tan Zhongyi game against Assaubayeva.
Yes.
This is they've reached the time control, and over here, after a4, rook c8, rook f2, rook e8, Tan decided to repeat the moves. At least I have it in the live broadcast, as you guys can see.
Yep.
It says a draw. We'll need, kind of at some point, we'll need to look if the table is empty.
Yeah, it is.
Because sometimes there are glitches, you know, but yeah, it seems that we have 2 games finished now. And 3 more going. Divya with Tsolakidou being the most interesting one, right?
It is, yeah. So now the question is whether the king on e3 can escape from the checkmate or not. It looks like
rook a5 was played. I'm not even sure how we start with this checkmate business, because we kind of have to try to trade the rooks, right? What's the move? What's the move for black? Because if we take, this all of a sudden turns into a very dangerous pawn.
I think the critical line in this position is, okay, let me be creative. I'll take on c2.
Rook c2, and let's assume queen c2.
And queen e1.
Queen e1. King. If king goes to f4, the very least you have queen h4 check. If I block, okay. If I block,
queen
what happens?
c3. Oh, but then you just keep blocking.
The idea, yeah. Let's maybe mention that the idea is this, and then the rook on a5 is lost.
But if
yeah, after
queen
this
d3,
check, queen d3,
and there's nothing more,
there is actually black is in trouble maybe.
I can still play queen e1 actually.
Ah, yeah, you can.
And then you have this
e1.
idea.
Yeah, perhaps it's enough for a draw in any case. But can you get more than a draw out of it?
Oh, no, I was mistaken, Miro. If queen e1 that position...
oh, sorry, no, not that line.
Oh, no,
not
it's
that
okay,
line.
it's okay.
C2.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, my brain.
No, we want it... Now, this is not possible at all, right? Rook b2, it's queen d8.
Yeah.
And you can't go to g7 because of queen d4. And the rook is lost, so it's almost like you have to trade the rooks. And again, no knight d6, no nothing, because there will be a check on c3. So I guess you trade, and yeah, and then the a-pawn is very dangerous. It's dangerous not in the sense that you'll lose the game, right? But it's very hard to stop it, so at some point you'll just have to go for a perpetual.
Also, there is queen c1.
In what was with
after rook
a5.
Queen c1, king takes, rook takes c2.
Rook takes c2.
Oh, queen h8, yeah.
Yeah, queen
Somehow
takes c2 is actually a move, I'm guessing, because rook takes, you might get checkmate.
Yeah, I just
queen h4.
I totally miss queen h8.
King has to go in the open. And I guess queen e5, and it looks very bad. Like for instance, like maybe we'll show this line, and we are losing the queen.
Yep.
But queen c2, yeah, it's a nice find. So check here. King e4, queen c2, rook c2,
king d3 maybe.
King d3, rook here.
Yeah.
King c4 and say g5. And very often these positions are won for black simply because you move the b pawn, black moves both pawns and the king, and at some point when the pawn is on b7 you sacrifice the rook and the white is unable to stop the 2 pawns. And I guess that's, well, that's the best. That's the best that white, the best that black has in this position. And once again, for the sake of an argument, here after c7, imagine this and this is played, and we are getting, let's say, the same position, but with the king on d3, then rook a5, black would be much more comfortable, I'm guessing, just giving this check for
queen
example.
f, queen d1 is there.
Queen d1,
But
king
the same
e4,
thing
it's
though,
kind of the same. Yeah, no, I thought this check, king d4, maybe it is the same in fact. I still have to go queen d1, it seems, yeah. Maybe there is no difference. Anyway, it is what it is. Rook a5 is on the board, and we expect this check to happen. Wait a second. Do I ever go here?
Really?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh no, I'm
the
giving
point.
a check
The
first.
point stands that there is, you know, there is a check from. Yeah. So I'm just like. Yeah, I guess you always have like some check. If
knight g5 is there too.
yeah, there is knight g. Yeah, no, that's just wrong. That is just wrong. So this looks forcing then. Check here, king takes, queen e4, queen takes, rook takes. Okay, I mean you can try to run forward, king d5, b5, b6, here, here.
And be careful, rook b5. Even just keep pushing. Rook b5 you can just take.
G3, yeah, rook b5 you can take, but rook a3, g2, rook g3, and black is no longer winning, right? Because
Yeah, I think it's
b7
draw.
and rook takes g2 will be a threat. So that means if black is playing for a win, he cannot play g3. He has to go something like this, but then rook b5 and black is not in time, yeah? King g6 is also bad. Wow. So still a lot of stuff to calculate. But from practical standpoint, I do not see the reason for black not to go for this endgame. Because otherwise, like, we couldn't really find anything convincing.
Also, I was trying to trick you with rook a5, ba5, knight c5.
Yeah,
You cannot take.
possible.
But if there's any check, there's knight e6, you know.
Yeah, knight c5, by the way, is a clever move. Because not only, yeah, first of all, queen c5, there is queen g1.
I don't think it's clever because there's queen d8. But
Here.
still, yeah? Okay.
Queen
c5.
d4,
and then
it's
king
still
h7.
defended
Yeah.
in a way, right? So you can go to h7 or you can go f6. The big question is like how realistic are black's winning chances here? If you just don't blunder a fork, maybe you don't even go. Yeah, like after knight c5, let's say you centralize it.
Yeah.
Funny. You centralize the knight and you lose it immediately. Or queen e4.
Or queen e4.
yeah,
Queen
that's-
e4, yes.
yeah. Anyway, it's possible. Yeah.
I think when the rooks are off of the board,
It's possible you can take on knight c5. So there is two directions then. You can do this, or you can do the rook endgame. One more try. Can I go a6? Or because you actually have a bunch of different checks. You have queen c1 check, which is also. Yeah, queen c1 wins.
and I'm winning the
Queen
the
c1
knight.
wins because the knight is hanging. And after king d4, you go queen d2, and this knight is again impossible to take. Yeah, that becomes more and more attractive option then. Okay, let's check other games.
Yes, let's go Munguntuul.
Tsolakidou will spend a lot of time here. Nurgyul Salimova, yeah.
This rook's endgame.
Rook endgame here. Wait a second. Black is winning now. Check. king f1, rook takes, rook d5, king g6, b3. It's minus 5.3.
Oh, that was...
And I know how it is. King to h5. This is like you do a
Oh
little.
my gosh.
You do a little Capablanca.
King g4, king f3.
King g4 and king goes in, and you go e3.
Wow.
Yeah, so king h5 must be winning.
I think she knows it because that's why she plays this king g6. Yeah, I think. So, what was the evaluation after?
That was
all of
completely
this
different. This was completely equal, right? Check, like you just go here, I guess. Don't give the h2 pawn. When the pawn's on e3 already, then you can go king f1, right, and attack the pawn, and just there's nothing should happen, I guess.
Wow, so this
game,
king
h5 seems.
This game can
winning.
end quickly then. It after king h5.
Well,
king
Salimova
g4.
has to find it. Salimova has to find it. Because there isn't any other idea, I don't think. No.
No, I don't think so either.
So after king h5, I guess taking loses immediately, right?
Yep.
King g4.
So what can you do?
Maybe like
Instead of
goes
rook takes
here,
and then king
go
comes in.
here, but then h5, h4, king f4 should win.
Oh, rook b2 first, just in
Rook
case.
b2, yeah. I mean, you're getting the time, right?
Yes,
Since it's like a huge positional advantage. Black is no longer in a rush and should win slower.
Okay, so
King h5 is a big chance for
hang
Salimova.
on. This could be Salimova's first win then.
Ah, right. She didn't win a single game. No. She's on what? -2, minus.
Yeah, she's on 2 out of 7.
Now, how many losses does she have?
Okay,
-3. -3.
1, 2, 3. Yes.
-3 and draws and no wins. Yeah, so this could be her first win. And no draws for Munguntuul.
No draws for Munguntuul. And no wins from Elisabeth as well.
A lot of losses there. King h5 again.
Oh, Queen c1 is already played.
Queen
on
c1.
DVS game.
Divya with Tsolakidou.
They're gonna go for this endgame with the rooks.
Queen c1. And it's it's quite forcing from there, right? So
yeah,
king
you have to
e4,
take.
And we figured out rook c2, queen h8 is bad. So queen takes, and yeah, you kind of have to go help your pawn. Either d5. Yeah, d5 is probably the most straightforward. I'm thinking, can you be a little bit smarter with black somehow? Like go to g5, for instance. Go f5, b6. Put the rook behind, king c6. Yeah, this is not what you describe as being smarter, right? After rook b5, you're like bajillion tempi down in this race. So
Divya chose to play b5 immediately.
What?
So after here, takes everything.
All that happened, yep.
Takes. And then b5.
Takes, and she went b5. I guess fine for now.
Also in this position, I'd like king g5.
But that's what I tried. It doesn't really work. King d5 then.
And then push f5.
That's exactly how it happened.
I think.
Rook b5. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You kind of don't have to go rook b2 anymore. You probably go rook there.
No, it's okay.
But there is no move, right?
There's no move. Yeah.
Like f4 b7. Rook b2, king c6, check, followed
and then rook
by
b5.
rook b5, yeah.
Okay. So b5 is now on the board. So
yeah, b5's fine.
What about g5 then?
But that's what we.
Yeah, what we
that's
saw
what
already.
we saw. Yeah, king d5.
Yeah.
g4 again. This line: g4, b6, rook here, king here. Rook b5's a threat. And if g3, yeah, it's almost like, wait, rook b5 I can still take and go g3, right?
But depends where the king goes. Because if you play king g6, then...
King g6, yes, we tried it. Anyway, let me illustrate. Like, even if black, all of a sudden, it seems like a race. Even if black says, I go pass, he's fine in this line. Probably not winning, but we might have another set of queens on the board, and then, you know, the queen endgame, all of a sudden, there'll be a third pair of queens on the board. But of course, yeah, like a move like rook b1 cannot be correct. But on the other hand, I don't see what works for black, because g3 means the pawn went too far, and then white doesn't play rook b5, of course, but goes to a3, to g3, and white is just in time. So b7, and after king f4, there is rook g2. So this is like even bad for black.
That might still be a draw, yeah?
Yeah, probably
Rook
a draw. Like if black is conscious and decides to decides on the right thing, but yeah, it's better not to allow this. To my surprise, Goryachkina's game is still in progress. Some changes there. So there was like a couple of times the moves were repeated, then eventually Goryachkina went with f3 and the check, and here and here, and a4, rook b4, b5, a b5, rook b6.
Wow.
Can I please have my king on f2 so that I can take and go here, and this pawn guards this square, this pawn guards this square, but yeah, but then there's a check.
Yeah.
There's a check, yeah. Now, of course, Humpy would not blunder this one.
And Salimova already played the king h5 move.
Salimova plays king h5, so that means she found the winning sequence. Here, what does Goryachkina have to play in order to kind of keep the game going? Because I'm afraid if you just do nothing, let's say go king e4, a5 is strong, no?
Yep.
So like to keep the different pawns on the board, so the potential for more trades, you know. So
not really actually. After a5, rook c4, rook takes b5, give a check first, and then rook c3.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, check here, rook c3, and I go back.
And then you go back, yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, I had to go to f7, I guess, to keep this one defended. Yeah, well, I'm saying it's a draw no matter what, but if Goryachkina wants to try to win, maybe go here, so that these pawns are still there, and then either rook a5, maybe rook a8 simply. And you have rook c6, and this comes with a check.
But hang on, after rook a4, yeah, I think you have to do this.
Rook a4, yeah, two things hanging. I mean, it's not impossible that this is a draw, for instance. You go here, rook a3, and you just, I'm sorry, rook a3, and you just like go
rook b4.
Rook b4, or
yeah.
The rook is too active. No, this one doesn't need a serious discussion, to be honest.
Let's switch to Munguntuul Salimova, because
Salimova
that's
found
almost game over there.
King h5, rook takes f5, king g4, king goes in, king goes to f3, and the e pawn decides the game.
I wonder why
you can't do anything.
Yeah, I wonder why she walks into this line, or maybe there's nothing better actually. Rook a5
here. No, I believe there should be some way still. There should be some way still, I think. Well, just to kind of understand that it's yeah, maybe too late. You know what? Maybe it is too late. So after this check on move 41, apparently this was a draw, but king f1 might be losing because of this very dangerous idea, right?
Maybe she's seen ghost, like maybe she thought after king g1 the pawn somehow promotes.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, rook a5, and you're free to go e3 or
king f3 is on the board.
Yeah, king f3 is already on the board.
King
yeah, you're
g1.
threatening a check. Yeah, king g1.
I think now rook b2. Yeah.
Anything.
I think
you can give a check as well.
What white is okay? Yeah. I mean, stopping the pawn, because
b2,
white will play rook e5 anyway.
Rook b2, okay, e3.
e3.
e2. It's hopeless.
Wow, okay, Salimova's
That's
first
an unexpected
win
win, I
is
have to
coming
say.
up.
That's an unexpected win for Salimova because the game looked so even. But this is once again, this is the sign of like not a good form from Munguntuul. So basically, what happened in this game, if we leave alone, you know, like this mistake here, mistake there, but in principle, it was a very tense position, which where she just had to keep the tension, to keep moving, you know, without changing the position too much. So f4 wasn't necessarily a great move. Then c4, she didn't have to do it. She could just hold it like that, and it's a little black can do. So c4 calling for the crisis, and then let's say it's already black who is trying to play for a win in this position. So allowing this already was not great. And then eventually a big miss of this king maneuver to f3.
Rook checks g2.
Cost her the game. Yeah, check on g2. King h1, I'm guessing.
Yeah, because king f1 walks into e3, e2 with a check.
And you can go e3. And after this, you can actually go, I don't know, you play e2 or you still free the rook. Yeah, you can go e2. I guess this a6, rook f1, e1. Takes.
And then
b4,
rook b1.
Here, right?
Yeah,
or rook
also,
b1.
rook
Yeah,
also
rook
works.
b1 also works.
Yeah, still no moves from other games, by the way. After b5 on Divya, and after rook b6 of Koneru's.
A lot of rook end games there.
Yeah.
Today. So how many? We have 3, right? And Tan Zhongyi her game had the potential to be the rook end.
Yeah, if the queen's traded, yeah.
Wait, so if Tan Zhongyi makes a draw and Goryachkina we assume to make a draw, that means Goryachkina only needs a draw in the last round.
Yeah, because in tiebreak she is better.
No, there is no tiebreak if she makes.
I mean,
a draw,
like
if she wins a draw, if she makes a draw, there is no tiebreak, right?
No, I mean no playoffs, something like that. It's more like the calculation. Like if the point is the same as Tan Zhongyi.
But she can have I'm saying like if tomorrow she makes a draw, she simply has more points. Because it was 1 point today.
Oh, if she wins, of course. If she wins, yes.
She draws. No, wait. Today was 1 point.
Yep.
Tan Zhongyi made a draw. If Goryachkina makes a draw, it's the same 1 point difference. If she makes a draw tomorrow, there is no possibility for tiebreak.
No. What I meant is no tiebreak for the game. Oh yeah, it's half point. What am I talking about? Right. Even though Tan Zhongyi won, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just has to get some point. Yeah. No, not losing it.
And she will be playing black against Salimova.
And Tan will be playing against Tsolakidou.
Ah, well, that is very principled then. Because Tsolakidou, even with a draw, she remains on 3rd place. Right? Clear 3rd. Yeah. So who's going to win today? We assume Salimova's going to win. But she's still nowhere near the top spot. So let's say Tsolakidou, if her game against Divya is drawn, she's on 3rd position still.
But if she wins...
And she's on 3rd position and only half point behind Tan. So this game will decide a lot.
Yeah, if she wins, then she's tying on the 2nd place with Tan. And then Tan Tsolakidou or Tsolakidou Tan in the last round. Yes, it's a good match up there.
Wait, but somehow no move from Stavroula for a very long time. And no move from Goryachkina?
No.
No, wait, Goryachkina did play a move.
Rook c4.
Rook to c4. I don't quite get it, to be honest. Don't you just like take it with the rook?
Take with the rook, yeah.
What's the concern? I don't understand.
Yeah, Koneru just did it. Takes with the rook.
I guess king e4. But It's not serious.
Maybe you're taking the e5, but f3 is hanging too.
You can go here.
Okay, rook checks. I think they're gonna shake hands soon after this.
Check, king f5, rook a6, rook b3. Yeah, I guess just a draw. That's a strange game. It's a strange game in a way that Goryachkina, well, perhaps had like a tiny advantage, and it felt like her strategy for this game was to be as safe as possible, and the moment she decided to sort of play on, we already thought, yeah, maybe there was a bad estimation, maybe she always felt like white is slightly better. To me, it seemed like she decided not to take her chances, and then when it was like a draw, all of a sudden she decided to play on for like 20 more moves.
So rook c6 is on the board, and Koneru is still thinking where to move the king.
C6,
f5 looks very
F5.
natural, but she's pausing.
I don't even get it. Like, what's wrong with king f5?
Probably she's thinking pushing for win with king d5. Although I hardly can imagine that. I don't know. Maybe not. Just rook takes b3 and she'll be drawn.
Yeah.
But she's thinking, so yeah, king f5 is on the board.
You can literally exchange all the pawns by going g4, I guess. Up, not like this. Not like this, but take here. Take here. No, wait, but then king f5. I thought, yeah, you take this guy, you take this guy, you go king e4, you go rook e6.
Or you
no need to go g4. You just take the a6 pawn. Right. So that's what. Let's move 50. About time to actually agree a draw, I guess.
Divya Deshmukh, finally there's a move.
I do not
Rook
have
d2.
it yet. After b5, rook d2.
Yes.
It's a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Cutting off the king like that. Maybe makes sense. Okay. So what do we play with white? Do we go b6?
I think after b6 now maybe rook b2.
Rook here.
And then rook a6 and then king g5.
King g5, king d5, f5 here, f4.
But there's rook a5, rook b5. Yeah? Needs calculation
this is also
though.
good, right?
But that one I can just take, and then with the 2 pawns.
But after check this I can take, and it's
the
same, but
thing,
the pawn promotes with the check.
Right.
Yeah, no, so it's b7, f3, rook b6, and we take, and it's the same thing. Yeah?
No, I think in that position it's better to take the pawn to have some winning chances. Can it? Can it be like that?
Here, rook b7,
Takes,
king b7, and like
then
f3.
push, yes.
Yeah, maybe.
I think she should be
Still
winning.
kind of.
No?
I feel like it's still a
And
draw.
king f4 maybe? Trying to shoulder the other king.
You can go here, or king f4, here, and a check from behind.
Okay, maybe
That's what I was
f2
hoping
first,
for.
yeah.
That's what I was hoping for. I'm still not sure if it's like... yeah, king d4. Yeah. We actually have to be careful, because at some point white might consider playing for a win.
Yeah.
We'll find
a7.
out. We'll find out. Rook?
a7.
a7? Surprising. Because now... You know what? Now you can go rook b2 and you just won a tempo. Because if white actually puts the rook on b7, I think this is where black easily winning. Just go g5, and you don't even have to rush. That's a tricky position. Like, you give a check. Okay, you're easily winning if the king goes back, and maybe white actually has to go forward. But if the king goes back, that's
King f5.
That's a kind of funny known position that when the pawn is on the 7th rank, it covers the king from behind, and you can absolutely can't do anything. Yeah, like rook f8, you just always take this guy. So you move the whole construction forward, like king f3, g3, and you win, like with white rook on b8. So rook d2 pays off. So rook a7, you go
Rook b2
here.
is on the board.
It is
On the board. Yeah, it's hard to resist this rook b2 temptation. It looks like the most natural move and very useful as well.
Sorry, but Divya has to go back, I guess. And we can check it again. King g5. Is white in time if she's running forward?
Maybe
f4. Yep.
Okay, what about the other pawn? Like king f4, g5, g4. No, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, it's not the same. Now the pawn promotes with a check, right?
No, I mean before g3, I think we can take first.
You want to sacrifice the rook?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a feeling like it
should be.
In reality, it's never winning, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean precise calculation is needed here.
But here, look. I mean, I can tell you this. This rook will take this pawn.
Yeah.
King is in a square on f pawn of the f pawn.
Miro,
so that's my precise calculation.
Let's quickly jump to Goryachkina. I think they just ended the game. Yeah, I was a bit nervous after rook b2 check, because if the king goes to e3, rook g2 is there. But okay, you just stayed in the back rank, and they
finally
repeat
this is
the moves.
A draw. They
repeated
the moves with rook b1, rook b2.
And finally made a draw.
So
3 draws today.
Munguntuul, Salimova. Well, Munguntuul goes rook a6.
a6.
Which is once again looks like she
wants to capture all the pawns.
Take the pawn,
and then rook e6.
Go after the a pawn. Do you keep the pawn like this, or?
I think it's possible to. Like you can give it up. I think also fine. And then rook here.
I guess this is much more precise. Instead of this check, that this is much more precise, because white will have to take. King g2 though, right? Check and some like f5.
Okay,
still not impossible, kind of, to make a draw.
Let's be clean then, yeah.
We'll see.
You can actually take g3 first, or maybe it's not necessary. Like takes.
I mean, you can, but
just h5. I think it looks very precise here.
I'll go back.
Or even h4.
Still wants the same thing.
Now it's a bit different with the pawn on h4, no?
Yeah. But I feel like all we are doing with this h5, h4, we actually actively losing time. Maybe get the pawn on e2 and wait a sec. After king h1, could we kind of just move the pawn? Like, was rook c2 needed? Because I'm thinking, go here. The h pawn survives for sure, right?
Yeah, I think rook c2 was a bit wasting of time.
That's
there.
still +8 for blacks.
And rook f2, yeah. I mean, after this.
Yeah. Rook g3 also. Just realized that you can do this. Right, and then you're threatening king f2. Okay. It escapes me, to be honest. I'm a little bit too tired of this rook endgame, so let them play. 3 draws, by the way. 3 draws today, which is unusual. Rook a6, Salimova is
what if just... okay, just push. Takes, h6, push. And then just give a check. And then the king stays on f3, right? And yeah,
to do it this way, yes.
And then you are controlling all the pawns there.
Takes. Yeah, of course.
And yeah, you can do whatever.
Here. Yeah, you have plenty of time. Also, the key.
Okay, this is
there will be some checkmating.
This is just very straightforward line then to win. And she push it. e3 is on the board.
But no move from Divya. That is the only kind of tricky rook endgame that we have. Divya against Tsolakidou.
Probably she expected the pawn race immediately without this move rook b2. So
Rook d2, rook b2, yeah, that's a tricky one. So once again, what did we say? Rook a5, yeah? g5. King d5. Or what it is. g4, king c6. King g5, b6 check. Tricky. The rook was ideal on the 5th rank, so it's almost surprising that Divya wanted to go rook a7. The rook was like in many lines. Remember, the black runs with one pawn and then cannot cross the 5th rank. So now, again, like I might be totally off, but it seems that the move to play is actually to return back to a5. Oh well, rook b7 is already played.
rook b7 already played.
And rook b7, seriously, that's something that I don't necessarily like that much. Even, I mean, I understand it's a draw, but there is like a funny trap here. So I'm saying I'll cut your king, and after king f3, it's rook f5, king f5, and black has the opposition. But of course, yeah, this is like, by a huge margin, it's a draw because of like rook f1 and frontal attack. No, you don't want to go king g5. You go, I guess you go g5 here.
Yeah. g5 and possibly b6, yeah?
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe king e6, not to let the king go to this direction. No, seriously, that's getting trickier and trickier. It's not necessarily a draw. Well, I mean, the evaluation might be like it's a draw, but the game does not necessarily finish in a draw by this point, because there is a potential for white to go wrong. Well, Tsolakidou wants to clarify the situation by going rook check immediately, which seems to help white on one hand, but also now the rook is in front of the b pawn, right? So maybe black is still in time.
Yeah, king d5
Divya
is
does
on the
go
board.
king d5, yeah. Might also be a tempo loss, this one.
g5.
King d5 and g5, okay. Ah, you know what, I just realized an immediate g5, of course, white's going to give a check and go king f5. So that's why she gave a check on me. Yeah. That's why she gave this check. g5. Now, what do we do?
Like king c5?
King c5, yeah, I guess rook goes somewhere on the b file. Let's assume it's b1. By the way, after g5, computer says black is winning.
Wow.
Minus 2.3, which I would not trust the computer. Funny enough, in this rook endgames, sometimes it's a little bit off. But yeah, the tables turn for sure. Right, g5 here. Yeah, the rook is terrible on b7. After that, and this would be exactly the scenario that we were talking about, right? King f5, b6, king f4, king here, 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 and black is like almost promoted. Yeah, so it takes white an enormously long time to bring all the pieces, and that's why black might be winning here. And in Munguntuul Salimova, we will see this line.
And by the way, I just realized in that line we can insert king takes g3.
Which one?
Salimova's game.
Salimova's game.
So rook h6 is already played, and after e2, rook e6.
E2, rook e6.
And then king
you can
takes
take on
g3.
g3 so that you're threatening a checkmate. White's only move would be rook e3.
That one or rook g6. But I think either is the same. Here you can even take on f4 if
Yeah,
you want
yeah,
to.
that's what I was thinking. Like here you take f4, attacking the rook. After rook moves, this is where...
Yeah,
come on, this is
just rook c1 and promote.
completely lost, yeah. This one is completely lost. So I guess this game, which we have on a camera, Divya vs Tsolakidou, that's the only one interesting. Divya down to 5 minutes.
King
She
c6.
goes king c6, goes in. Well, g4?
Yeah. Looks very natural.
Yeah, very straightforward. And then you push the pawn forward as long as the rook is on the 7th rank. Like the moment rook goes to the a file to stop the pawn, or b8,
Then
maybe
king
then
moves,
you
yeah.
move the king. Yeah? Okay, wait a second. So I can go rook a7. After g3, I'm still in time to do this, right? I hope so, at least. Maybe I'm not in time.
Rook g4.
Rook g4, and I have to go here. And this is where I guess, like, how do
I think
we
king
win this one?
e5 now.
How do we win this one? King e5, b6,
f5.
f5, b7,
And then rook
here.
g8.
Rook a8.
Oh. And then, so rook,
No,
rook
I mean,
b4
rook
then.
b4,
Rook b4, sorry.
Rook b4. Yeah, rook b4, and yeah.
Hey, hang on. But the king is on e5, so maybe there's rook a5, rook b5. Because it promotes as, with a check. So maybe putting the king on e5 was bad. We'll see soon though. I think g5 has to come here.
Well, it's clear. Like, if you have to play rook a5, a7, then b7, then you return back, like, it has to be lost somehow. Has to be lost somehow.
And Salimova did take on g3, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for...
And they just finished, so we can switch
yeah,
just a little bit.
quickly
the
show
camera.
Salimova's game.
And this is Salimova's
Which
first
ended-
win in the second leg of this Women Grand Prix, and still no draws for Munguntuul, so she is there.
But she's like, she won what? She won game
Paehtz and
game
Lagno.
1 and game 2 and game 4.
I think so,
Right, so she lost like 4 in a row after this second win.
Right.
So it's really a disastrous tournament.
Okay.
First win for Nurgyul Salimova, but she's still at the
Tomorrow she's
second
playing the leader.
Yeah,
so
second half of
gonna
the
be a big
table.
match for her.
Well, we are down to one game only.
Mhm.
Divya is Tsolakidou, and they're inevitably getting low on time. So king c6. The guess is that we have to play g4, right? I don't even know what else could you possibly consider. Well, like king e6 theoretically to have some like check on c4, but to me seems counterintuitive. So once again, let's be careful. Go here and we set this. Here.
And then rook a3.
Rook a3.
Rook g4. But after rook g4, maybe rook b3? Or okay, you can even push first. Maybe. Ah, there's g2.
Okay, 1. I guess king g5 in reality is the move. Here, go here, right? I know, b7, rook b4, rook a4, never mind. That's stupid. That is stupid. Or maybe not. Here, here, here.
Oh, Tsolakidou play king e6.
King
E6.
e6. King e6 loses time, and now it's a draw. Once again, I'm only quoting the evaluation from the machine. I have no idea what happens. But yeah, but g4 was very logical.
Yeah, where's the draw? Yeah, let's try to find out. Probably rook b8, rook g8.
Improve the rook, yeah. Improve the rook somehow. b8, g8, or a7, or... Yeah.
But I think the idea of king e6 is you want to allow the f pawn to play. So it doesn't matter where the rook goes. I think next move could be f5 or g4. And push b6.
b6. But it takes you, kind of still takes you a lot of time, right? King f4, b8.
Takes.
So black's problem in this line is that the king is on c6. Like ideally, like in the line that we were looking at, black had to, how do you call it? Sorry, white had to promote the pawn with the king, right? And therefore, like some race like that would end with white king being on b8. And here, I don't know. Yeah, looks like relatively easy draw to me. There's go rook g8, go king d5, and somehow it should be a draw. But of course, yeah, it's a very, very tense.
So tense.
Very, very tense moment.
b6 is on the board.
On short time.
So maybe Divya is waiting for the f-pawn to move, so that the rook can be behind
Then of
the
course,
pawn.
yeah, you go rook b7.
So now what happened after g4? Rook a7?
I guess, no, maybe
rook
still
rook
this.
b8.
5. By that point, I just give up and suggest we watch the game. We check the evaluation. Says it's drawish. But what is like, yeah, why exactly it's a draw? I imagine it's very easy to go wrong. Is there a chance that I will have the time, that I will have enough time to return to this plan, to this plan with rook a5? No, not really, right? I say now you go f5, b7, g3, no, rook a5 is too late. Rook a5, g2. Yep.
g2 now, yeah?
Yeah, like if rook a5 it's g2, and this is
just takes
too
and,
late,
yeah.
g1 and queen b1. But computer is very serious about this being a draw, so I guess it's our idea, rook b8, rook g8. Very straightforward.
Yeah, and Divya is now, what, 3 minutes? Oh, actually, Tsolakidou is 5 minutes. There was quite a huge gap of time between them two, but now it's closing in.
You mean the one after the opening?
No, I mean just after the time control, yes.
After the time control, yeah, because it was, once again, a reminder that 8 moves ago it was this position with queens on the board, right? So of course it was a lot of stuff to calculate. And after rook a5, queen c1, this is how they've gotten this endgame. That's one monster game, I can tell you, because like we had long games today, but some of them, like Goryachkina Koneru, like not much was happening.
For like 2 hours. Yeah.
Or even Tan against Assaubayeva, we've gotten this material on the board, and then there was quite a bit of hovering around. Here, this game, it was everything. It was a very cool novelty from white, right? Then huge advantage on the clock, so Tsolakidou had to fight back. Then at some point, apparently, she was winning in this very complex endgame.
Yeah.
Then the tables turned again. Then she found this beautiful 94 intermezzo, and new queens appeared. And then this rook endgame is also tricky. So it's kind of impressive, I want to say. G4 played.
And rook b8.
Rook b8. Yeah, but king e6 clearly.
It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of time. Yeah.
So what do we do here? f5, g3?
I guess the f5 was
F5,
the plan,
yeah.
F5 was the plan, but then we can't move the pawns after rook g8, yes. So I guess this, and yeah.
And then somehow
not much to be done, yeah.
And somehow the king catches back the pawns, after all the trades.
I mean, we can do this, for instance, or maybe I'll lose now.
Oh, yeah, maybe you shouldn't take first. Maybe you just
No,
play.
I'm just. I think I'm just in time to make a draw. No, I've lost. Yeah. F2, rook
and
F1.
then rook
yeah.
F1.
No, of course, like black will make a draw if need be by simply moving one pawn, right? You don't need F7. You just go like you move the G pawn and the king, and it should be a draw, of course.
Yeah, I think F5 has to come. If G3, rook G8, and what's the follow-up? And then B7, yeah? F5, then can you take on G3?
That's
you
the only.
cannot.
That's the only
That's the
trick.
only
Yeah,
trick,
I
yeah.
know. That's why I'm silent and I'm showing you this position, waiting for you to come up with this trick. Yeah, that's the only why the black is actually winning, right? But if we don't take G3, but you can actually take G3, but first give a check.
Yeah, give a check first.
And then I'm I'm almost like in trouble. Yeah. Again, probably not if I just like keep the rook.
You can take the pawn as well.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes. Well, close to 3 minutes actually for Tsolakidou. So the time situation is pretty similar now.
Yes, I'm trying to recall when was the last time when we had such a long round. Maybe the longest one.
game.
The longest, yeah. But that was definitely the longest one. But then, strangely, even if we will survive till time control, there would be one game running. Today we had like a very intense round. 4 games past 40 moves mark. And this one is still going. Yeah, rook c4, but this is not very serious, to be honest. Like, you can't really... I guess king b5, yeah?
King b5 is on the board, yeah. It's already played. So, yeah, you want to put the rook behind, and rook c1 is on the board. But maybe now it's time to play...
Wait a second. Who's playing for a win? Who's playing for a win here?
Check?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can always go with checks,
C6.
right? Check, and a check, and a check, and a check. Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 draws, and
Oh, before draws.
could be
right?
4 draws. Yeah, I think today we'll set another record. If this one draws, then we've never had 4 draws before.
I think we did.
No, it was.
I think we did once.
Was it?
Yeah.
Let me check.
I'm not sure, but I think we did once.
Oh, yeah, second round.
Yeah.
And again, it was Munguntuul's game, but that round
Yeah, it's
she
like by
won.
default we cannot have all draws because Munguntuul
Munguntuul
always has a
wins,
result.
yeah.
Always has a result. So the maximum we could have is 4 draws.
What was that? B7.
So there was a check, king
B5.
B5,
Rook
rook
C1,
C1,
and
and
B7.
B7, and now rook E8 is a threat.
So you have to give a
have
check.
to give a check if you don't want to lose. Well, you could go king F5 as well.
Yeah. And whenever the rook goes, there's a check.
Yeah. But again, like white doesn't have to invent anything.
Yeah,
I mean, you just go
so-
here.
Rook B1, king C6.
Played?
Yep.
Oh wait, so it's B7, rook B1, king C6. Yeah, I mean you can go after a draw immediately because what? Yeah, I mean it draw doesn't matter how
Another
you slice
check
it.
there, and king B6.
Check, king to B6.
Another check there. Do you think Stavroula
Yeah, maybe she just repeats.
will repeat
Maybe she
this
just
and
repeats
there was
they
an
agree
overdraw?
a draw.
Wow,
Well.
okay, this is what a battle.
Yeah.
What a
Stavroula,
battle.
I think she realizes that she missed a chance, I guess. But
And I think Divya also, of course, during the course of the game, she probably thinks that she should be better in the opening, straight from the opening. But
no, but I mean, at the very end,
it's a fair result.
The
Yeah.
Rook Endgame, Stavroula had a chance, for sure. Yeah, but this is a no one dared to call this one a boring draw. It was everything. Like, it was, very good opening preparation. It was, the time trouble stage when new queens appeared on the board, and at the very end, maybe it wasn't like perfectly played game, but a very tense one. A lot of fight, and draw seems to be like a
fair result,
at the end.
Definitely. So let's remind ourselves what happened in today's round, game by game. We have 4 draws.
Yeah, only one decisive game.
Only one decisive game.
Wins her first game against Munguntuul, and all the rest finished in a draw.
Yeah, but some are fighting draws, but some are very peaceful draws as well. And let's take a look the standings after round 8. So
going to the last round.
Going to the last round, we still have Aleksandra Goryachkina leading by 1 point ahead of Tan Zhongyi on the second place.
Stavroula on third and Assaubayeva fourth. So Goryachkina can only be caught by Tan Zhongyi, so that happens if Goryachkina loses and Tan Zhongyi wins, but Tan Zhongyi plays against
Tsolakidou.
So that means Goryachkina, in the worst case scenario, she tied for the first
place
still. Yeah, and draw for Goryachkina means she wins the tournament. And Tsolakidou will be looking maybe to win tomorrow with white.
Yeah, it looks like
she has a chance for the second.
Exactly. Yes, and let's talk about game by game, Miro. What happened in the first game?
Do you remember?
It was Paehtz.
So Lagno versus Paehtz. It was very intense, I want to say, opening phase, but then at some point the position stagnated, and with full pieces, board full of pieces, they could not really find any plan, and a draw was agreed relatively soon.
And the second game to finish was Tan Zhongyi versus Assaubayeva, which was slightly better for Tan, but she couldn't really liquidate the advantage, and they agreed to make some repetition and a draw.
Right, Goryachkina versus Koneru. It was, I think, one of those games when you say the leader kept everything under control. So, relatively peaceful opening. Goryachkina always was like a tiny bit better, but no real chance to win and absolutely zero chance to lose. A draw was agreed in the Rook Endgame.
And Salimova finally scored her first win in the Women Grand Prix here. She defeated Munguntuul Batkhuyag, who also never had any draws in this tournament, so always wins or loses. And the last game that just finished.
Yeah, it was Divya Deshmukh against Stavroula Tsolakidou, and that was, I guess, fair to say, the game of the round, even though it's finished in a draw. It's a brilliant opening idea from Divya Deshmukh, which Stavroula perhaps was not familiar with. I later checked, and there were games like that, but yes, Stavroula ended up in a worse position, defended well, managed to turn the game around move 40 in a time trouble, and then she was the one pressing for a win, and at some point, we believe, had a winning position. But the result was draw, and I think the fair result at the end.
Well, that was round 8, and tomorrow it's the last round of the tournament. We will be back 2 hours earlier than usual, so it's going to be 1 in the afternoon local time in Kazakhstan. So don't be late, because we'll be coming back with lots of action. Who is going to be the winner of the second leg of the Women FIDE Grand Prix? It will be decided tomorrow. So thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.